Chapter 673. Gu Nianji quietly ate McDonald's and calmly ignored the young man's passionate and pitiful gaze. After finishing McDonald's, Gu Nianji fell asleep again. In the B University dormitory in the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital, Ma Qiqi had just returned to her dorm after studying at night. Out of habit, she looked at Gu Nianji's door. It was still tightly locked. There were no lights or people inside. She opened her door and put down her bag. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and sat at the desk under the window. On the desk, there was her laptop. She had been bored recently and was playing a game. When she went to the library to study, she would use the computer to level up. She sat down to look at the progress of the game and nodded in satisfaction before exiting the game. As soon as she exited, she saw the little icon of her instant messaging app jumping. Someone had sent her a message. Ma Qiqi clicked it open and gasped. It was actually Gu Nianji's account that sent her a message. And it was a video. Ma Qiqi was overjoyed and quickly clicked on it. The video quickly downloaded and began to play automatically. As soon as she saw the video clearly, her smile froze. In the video, she saw a girl with half of her face swollen and bruised. She was anxiously saying to her, "Qiqi. Qiqi. I'm in Berlin. Save me." Ma Qiqi watched it several times before she finally recognized the girl in the video. She gasped. It was Nianji. Gu Nianji. How did she get beaten up like this? Ma Qiqi jumped up from her seat and grabbed her hair as she paced around the dormitory. Wasn't Gu Nianji with Professor He? How did she get beaten up like this and still need to ask for help? What the hell happened? Ma Qiqi was panicking in her dormitory. She remembered that Gu Nianji hadn't replied to her message for a long time and thought she was too busy. Could something have happened? But they hadn't heard anything about it. Ma Qiqi remembered that Gu Nianji went to Germany with Professor He Zhichu. Without another word, she began to search for He Zhichu's contact information on the department's website. She wanted to find him and find out what happened. She would rather someone had hacked Nianji's chat account to ask her for money than for it to be true. After searching the faculty's internet for a long time, she could only find He Zhichu's faculty phone number and email address. Even an idiot would know that He Zhichu was currently doing very well in Germany, so how would he have time to check the department's phone messages and emails? However, although He Zhichu was very famous in Germany, Ma Qiqi wasn't infatuated with him, so she didn't pay much attention to his personal whereabouts. How do I find his contact information in Germany? Ma Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the He Zhichu fan club she had once followed. The fan club's blogger could be considered He Zhichu's #1 love-struck fan. His daily routine was to lick He Zhichu's beautiful photos from all angles. Ma Qiqi immediately logged on to Weibo and quickly found the He Zhichu fan club she had been a fan of before. The first thing she saw was the blogger's pinned Weibo post. It turned out to be a German social media account. Curious, she clicked on it and discovered that the pinned German social media account was actually He Zhichu's official German account. Looking at the profile photo, Ma Qiqi could immediately tell that it was Gu Nianji's back. Although the background photo was blurred, Ma Qiqi could still see that it was the B University campus. Soon, her eyes were attracted by the note below the social media account, "Waiting for you to come home, damn." Ma Qiqi's heart instantly tightened. Didn't this photo and this note mean that Nianji had gone missing? Even Professor He couldn't find her. Was that why Professor He had changed his low-profile style in the Huaxia Empire and was so high-profile in Germany? In an era as advanced as the internet, Nianji could easily contact Professor He and find her way home. But what if Nianji had really been captured? She thought about the video in which half of Gu Nianji's face was bruised. Because the image wasn't clear, it looked even more frightening. She almost couldn't recognize who it was at first glance. Machichi flipped through the articles one by one and really had to thank the blogger who was obsessed with Hijichu. She saved all the news about Hijichu in Germany and translated it into Mandarin. She listed, liked, and reposted it on her Weibo. It also made it easier for Machichi to see what Hijichu had been doing recently in Germany. The more she looked at Hijichu's recent schedule, the more frightened Machichi became. She didn't know if it was because she had a preconceived notion, but she just believed that his account hadn't been hacked, and he wasn't a scammer. If he really was a scammer, he would probably have already given her a bank account number for her to transfer money to. What kind of scammer would only say where they were but not their bank account number? Machichi's fingers trembled. Trembling, she downloaded the English version of the German social media app and registered a secondary account. Then she followed Hijichu's official account and immediately sent him a private message. I'm Mengchichi, Professor I'm Machichi, Nianji's roommate. I want to ask if something happened to Nianji. I just received a video from her. When Machichi sent the private message, she didn't think she would immediately receive a call from Hijichu. After all, she saw that the number of fans on that account was already in the millions. An account with millions of fans in Germany was already amazing, so there must have been a lot of people sending him private messages. Also, it was hard to say if Hijichu was personally managing it. Therefore, after sending the private message, she went to the bathroom to shower and get ready for bed. When she came out of the shower, she heard the dormitory's landline ringing like crazy. Every time she transferred the call to voicemail, the other party would hang up and call again. They were very patient. Machichi was annoyed by the noise and went over to check. There were more than 20 missed calls, and the number was from Germany. Machichi's heart jumped. Could it be from Professor He? This was Professor He's cell phone number? It was completely different from the department's number. Machichi's heart tightened. She immediately picked up and said, Professor He. Is that you? Hijichu's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm Professor He. Machichi, you sent a private message to my German social media account. What do you mean? Machichi quickly asked, then do you think something happened to Nianji? Where is she now? Hijichu was silent for a few seconds before saying, why do you ask? The picture of the account you used was Nianji's back, and the comment was waiting for you to come home. Isn't that obvious? Also, you were so low-key in the Xia Empire and even more low-key in the United States. It doesn't make sense for you to suddenly be high-profile in Germany. Something must have happened, right? Machichi analyzed calmly. Although she was so sad she wanted to cry, she held it in. She thought that Nianji was still suffering somewhere. She had to hold on and help her. Save her. Hijichu closed his eyes and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He thought to himself, Nianji's classmates are all so kind and warm-hearted. Birds of a feather flock together. Hijichu thought to himself. Professor He, tell me, did something happen to Nianji? Machichi persistently asked. She gripped her phone tightly and was so nervous her face was red. Hijichu finally replied, I'm looking for her, but I can't find her no matter what. Nianji seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Hijichu almost turned Munich upside down, but Nianji was nowhere to be found. Just 5 days ago, he finally couldn't take it anymore and had already sent 4 teams of people to enter the Alps from the north, south, east, and west. He wouldn't give up even if he had to plow the entire Alps and Bavaria mountain range. So when he saw Machichi's private message, he reflexively grabbed his phone and found Gu Nianji's dorm number to call. Fortunately, Machichi was in the dorm at the moment. Otherwise, Hijichu didn't know if he would immediately take a private plane back to the Xia Empire to find her. Machichi sighed in relief and said, it's like this. I just received a video call from Nianji tonight. Machichi wanted to cry as soon as she thought of Nianji's bruised face. Her voice choked up. She was beaten black and blue. She said she was in Berlin and asked me to save her. He Jichu's mind buzzed, and he felt the world spin. His entire body seemed to have lost all consciousness and was floating in a vacuum. It was like his worst nightmare had suddenly become reality. He Jichu's heart burned with rage. He didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to destroy the world. Something really happened to Nianji. Something really happened to her. The person he cherished so dearly still got into trouble in the end. Meeting Hu Xiaoheng was probably the luckiest thing in her life, wasn't it? He Jichu's tears fell silently. He sat alone in the room and let his tears flow, but he didn't say a word. He clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails weren't long, but they still dug deep holes in his palms. But he didn't feel the pain. He only wanted to clench even tighter because the piercing pain could clear his mind. He Jichu, you can't be muddle-headed. You can't be blinded by hatred. What you need to do now is to hurry and save people. He warned himself over and over again in his heart. After a full 15 minutes, he finally heard what Machichi was saying. Professor He. Professor He. Are you still there? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you want me to send you the video? It's best if you have that instant messaging software and add me as a friend. I can directly forward it. Because He Jichu hadn't said anything, Machichi thought he was troubled. After all, He Jichu was only a professor and not a family member. Machichi could understand if he didn't do his best to save her. No matter how good he was to her before, it probably wasn't more than a professor treating his student well, right? It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast the guaranteed monthly votes. Tentatively 300 monthly votes, plus 1 update. Try. Chapter 674. Machichi didn't expect He Jichu to do his best to save Gu Nianji. After all, no matter how good a professor was to his students, how could it compare to his own family? Machichi only wanted him to watch the video so that He Jichu could truly empathize with Gu Nianji's plight. Anyone who had seen Gu Nianji and seen her swollen face couldn't help but feel the same hatred and desire to avenge her. At least, that was what Machichi thought. She only wanted to fight for as much help as possible for Nianji. Gu Nianji must have asked her to save her because she wanted Machichi to help her find help. She didn't want Machichi to go into battle herself. Machichi knew that. Also, He Jichu was the most convenient in terms of distance. Of course, Machichi didn't know that He Jichu didn't need to watch the video to feel his heart wrenched just from hearing one sentence about Gu Nianji. Coming back to his senses, He Jichu immediately downloaded the instant messaging app Machichi mentioned with a cold expression. He quickly added Machichi as a friend and received Nianji's video forwarded by Machichi. As soon as he opened the video, He Jichu's vision blurred again. He reached out and rubbed Gu Nianji's bruised and swollen face on the phone screen. His lips twitched as he tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to fall again. It really was Nianji. So she had been kidnapped to Berlin. He had thought that the other party would hide Gu Nianji in a remote village, but they had gone to Berlin, the capital of Germany. He Jichu stood up quickly and ordered his subordinates, prepare the private plane. I want to go to Berlin immediately. Soon, He Jichu's profile went dark without saying a word. Machichi sent 2 messages to him, but there was no response. He should have logged off, right? Machichi sighed. Yes, they had all secretly envied Gu Nianji in the past and felt that Professor He favored her so much that he brought her along no matter what. Now it seemed that Professor He was only a professor when something really happened. Could she count on him to do his best to save her? Machichi thought about it and didn't know what He Jichu would do. She couldn't put all her eggs in one basket. She needed to find more help for Nyenji and couldn't rely on Professor He alone. After all, she was Nyenji's only hope. At that moment, Machichi remembered that Gu Nyenji used to be an orphan and had only recently found her father. Her father was in a vegetative state and was still lying in the hospital. She also had an older sister whom she didn't really get along with. Gu Nyenji had told her about these things and had also warned her not to tell anyone else, because Nyenji had said that she wasn't ready to treat them as family yet. Therefore, Machichi instinctively didn't want the older sister Nyenji didn't like to know about what had happened to her. Who else could they count on? Machichi couldn't help but think of Gu Nyenji's incredibly handsome boyfriend, Hu Xiao, who made people forget to breathe. She also thought of the tall, handsome, and secure brother Xiong. They seemed to have been Nyenji's guardians before. Gu Nyenji didn't talk much about her personal life, so Machichi only vaguely knew from Miao Yunxiao, Gu Nyenji's first roommate, that Gu Nyenji's boyfriend seemed to be powerful and had a high position. He was probably even in the military. She remembered seeing a car with a very arrogant military license plate in front of her dormitory. A person like that should have more ability than Professor He to rescue his girlfriend when she was in danger abroad, right? Machichi closed her eyes and propped her head up with her hand. She leaned against the desk and thought about it calmly. But how could she find Gu Nyenji's boyfriend? The imperial capital was so big, and there were many military departments. There were so many soldiers, but she didn't even know his full name. How was she going to find him? Was she going to run to some military department and hold up a sign saying, "Gu Nyenji's boyfriend, come here. Let's talk about life"? What a moron, Machichi sighed and spun on the wheeled chair. Round after round, round after round. Everything in the room was spinning. Just like her brain, it was also spinning at high speed. Where could she find those people's contact information? That's right. Gu Nyenji's contact information. Machichi's chair suddenly stopped spinning. She suddenly thought of this. When new students enrolled, they would register their family's contact information and family information on the faculty's contact information. Gu Nyenji was still an orphan at the time. If her information hadn't been changed, then the family's contact information would be her guardian. In other words, it was very likely that it was Hu Xiao or brother Xiong's contact information. Machichi stood up from the chair she had just stopped and almost lost her balance. She quickly held onto the desk to steady herself and thought about how to go to the faculty to look up Gu Nyenji's contact information. Last time, their counselor, Gue Xiao, had taken out Gu Nyenji's contact information and showed it to the faculty student union. Professor He was very angry after that, and Gue Xiao even apologized to Gu Nyenji. Oh right. Senior brother is the director of the faculty student union. Machichi muttered to herself and quickly picked up her phone from the desk to call the senior brother who had been pursuing her. Senior brother, are you asleep? Machichi looked at the time on the computer. It was already past 11 p.m. The senior brother had just gotten into bed and was hugging the blankets to read. When he saw Machichi call, the corners of his lips curled up and a smile appeared on his delicate and refined face. He swiped open the phone to take it. Chi-Chi, what's up? Senior brother, it's like this. I have some things I want to contact Nyenji's family about. Can you help me go to the faculty and find out how to contact her parents? Just a phone number will do. Machichi said hurriedly. Her voice was crisp and urgent in the dark night, like little jumping peas. Nyenji. Gu Nyenji. The senior brother thought about it. The faculty is very strict now. It's not easy to borrow. Senior brother. Good senior brother. I'm begging you. Just help me this once. Machichi acted cute over the phone and even pouted. Unfortunately, the senior brother couldn't see it. However, the senior brother could imagine how cute she looked from her tone and couldn't help smiling. His voice softened. Okay, I'll try tomorrow. That's great. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is the best. Senior brother is the best. Machichi beamed and spun around the room with the phone in her hand. She was in a much better mood. Nianji, you have to hold on. I'll definitely find someone to save you. Machichi didn't sleep much that night and even had a nightmare in the middle of the night. She dreamed that Nianji was being beaten up and she rushed over to save her, only to be kicked in the butt. Ouch! He really kicked me. Machichi woke up from the pain and realized that she had fallen off the bed. Looking at her phone, she saw that it was already past 6 in the morning. Although she usually woke up past 7, she couldn't sleep today because she had something on her mind. She crawled out of bed with dark circles under her eyes and washed up. She went to the cafeteria to buy 2 hearty breakfasts and delivered them to the senior brother. When she arrived, it was only 7 in the morning. Most of the male graduate students' dormitory were sound asleep. Machichi waited downstairs for half an hour before senior brother finally woke up. She called him and went upstairs with the 2 breakfasts. Oh. You're so lucky. Your girlfriend came just to deliver breakfast. Senior brother's roommates began to jeer. Machichi smiled sheepishly and said, "This is breakfast for senior brother. Don't talk nonsense. Senior brother. We're also senior brothers. Why don't I see you delivering breakfast to us, Chichi?" The other boys in senior brother's dormitory began to jeer. Machichi was very embarrassed, but she remembered that senior brother would help her get Gu Nianji's family's contact information. Therefore, she only blushed and allowed them to tease her. Senior brother took a good look at Machichi's straightforward and timid demeanor before picking up the 2 breakfasts and saying, "Let's go eat outside. Then we'll go to the faculty." Machichi's eyes lit up. "Thank you, senior brother." She followed behind senior brother like a lackey and went downstairs with him to have breakfast with him in the faculty's student council office. Then she read in the faculty's student council office while senior brother went to the faculty's student council teacher to borrow Gu Nianji's contact information. The teacher was reluctant at first, but he couldn't resist the fact that he was familiar with the student and had helped him a lot in the past. Now he only said it was to help his girlfriend and find Gu Nianji's family's contact information. His girlfriend, Machichi, was indeed Gu Nianji's roommate. The teacher thought about it and quietly said to Machichi's senior brother, "Then just look around and remember the phone number. Don't make copies or take pictures." "Okay, I'll just take a look at the contact information." Senior brother didn't want to do anything. Actually, he had already seen Gu Nianji's contact information last time, but he didn't remember much information. The teacher secretly pulled up Gu Nianji's contact information and showed it to Machichi's senior brother. Senior brother saw the family member's phone number at a glance and read it twice to remember it. He then saw that the family member was Gu Nianji's distant uncle. Senior brother was speechless. Coming out of the information room, senior brother smiled and went to the faculty's student council office. He said to Machichi, who was sitting there reading, anxious, "I saw you poking your head out to look at the door every minute. Senior brother, did you find the contact information?" Machichi put down her book and quickly ran over. She almost pulled on senior brother's arm to shake. Senior brother nodded. "I got it." As he spoke, he gave Gu Nianji's family member's phone number to Machichi. Machichi quickly entered it into her phone and saved it. After saving it, she pressed the small call icon. It rang a few times, then a man's voice message appeared. It was a standard phone message, saying that it was not convenient for him to take the call at this time. He hoped that the caller would leave their phone number and explain clearly, and he would reply when he was free. Machichi immediately recognized the voice as Brother Xiong. Don't ask her how she remembered it. Although she had only heard him speak a few times, she was very familiar with his tone and intonation. "This is the first night watch. We have to keep our word. It's already the fourth night watch today. This includes 2 monthly votes plus the first night watch. The second night watch is 12 noon, the third night watch is 7 p.m., and the fourth night watch should be around 9 p.m. Come, don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The monthly votes have reached 900, so we'll continue to the third night watch tomorrow. Of course, if the monthly votes reach 1,200 before 7 p.m. tomorrow, we'll continue to the fourth night watch. But I don't think the monthly votes will reach 1,200 tomorrow. If we really pass, please don't slap me in the face QAQ. Chapter 675. Machichi relaxed. It was one of Gu Nianji's guardians, Brother Xiong's number. He seemed to be Huashao's assistant, so finding him should mean finding Huashao. But she didn't say anything. It wasn't convenient for her to leave a message with Brother Xiong there, so she hung up. She was anxious to go back and make another call, so she immediately put her phone away and waved at Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong, take your time. I'll go back first. With that, she ran away. Brother Xiong was speechless. This girl. She really threw her away after using her. Brother Xiong was both angry and amused. He also felt a bit uncomfortable, but after a while, he got busy with work and didn't care about Machichi's attitude anymore. Machichi returned to the dormitory and quickly called the number again. This time, when In Shixiang's message appeared, she left a message. May I ask if you are Nianji's guardian? I am her roommate, Chi-Chi. My cell phone number is XXXXX. I have something important to tell you. It concerns Nianji. Please contact me immediately after you hear this message. You must contact me. This is a matter of life and death. The number Machichi called was a special number that Hu Xiaoheng had set for Gu Nianji in the past. Whenever she called this number, the voicemail would immediately be picked up and forwarded to the relevant person. There were 2 people who would immediately receive messages from this number. One was In Shixiang, and the other was Zhao Liangze. Back then, in order to take care of Gu Nianji, they never went on missions at the same time. One would always go out while the other stayed in the country. If they missed anything related to Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng would beat them up. But ever since Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, was found, many of her security measures were secretly removed while Hu Xiaoheng was overseas on a mission. So this time, not only was Hu Xiaoheng on a mission, but In Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were also sent out at the same time. However, Hu Xiaoheng's arrangements at the time were too strict, so some things were still left. It wasn't that the people who removed her security measures were merciful, but they simply didn't know about these measures, or rather, forgot about them. For example, Gu Nianji's diamond earrings with a GPS system. Another was the contact number of the family member on her personal profile. These should have been cancelled as well, but because there were too many of them, and they were too complicated, he didn't complete the operation, so he left a way out. Although no one was keeping an eye on Gu Nianji's location 24 hours a day, the diamond earring with the GPS system was not retrieved from Gu Nianji. If anything happened, the various satellite systems would be activated immediately and her location could be redetermined in minutes. There was also that number. There was no dedicated operator now, but the number could still be connected. After a while, the messages would automatically enter In Shixiang and Zhao Liangze's dedicated phone systems. However, they were currently out on a mission, so they couldn't answer the calls yet. Machichi left this message and started counting down the days for In Shixiang to call back. Hu Xiaoheng waited in New York for another month. It was almost October, but the other party still hadn't made a move. He even suspected that he had been misled by James. But he was still able to keep his composure. In their line of work, the most important thing was to be patient. On this day, he went to inspect the vicinity of the 3 apartments he had rented. The one with one bedroom and living room on the east side was located in a more middle-class neighborhood. There was only one apartment building there, and the others were all townhouses. In the morning, he went to the apartment to check the mailbox and found nothing. Then, he went to the Starbucks opposite the apartment to have a cup of coffee and read a book on his Amazon Kindle for a while. He was no different from the people around him, then walked out calmly and boarded the train to the west side of the city. The train rattled all the way to the west side of the city. It was all rented apartments, and the houses were densely packed together like matchboxes. Although it was very neat, it didn't look like New York at all. Most of the people living here were artists from all over the world, or self-proclaimed artistic youth. Hu Xiaoheng also went to check the mailbox and threw away a few pieces of junk mail. Then, he went to the KFC in the neighborhood to buy a large family bucket and finished eating alone under the sun. It was already around 1 in the afternoon. The last place was the north side of the city. The apartment in the north side of the city was in a very good area. It had once been a boudoir built by a tycoon for his lover. Later, the two broke up, and the boudoir was converted into an apartment for rent. From the outside, it looked like a very grand and unique mansion. There were so many windows that it looked like a school. Now, it was divided into small rooms and rented out to the city's new petty bourgeoisie who liked to keep a low profile but didn't have much money. On this day, Hu Xiaoheng had just walked near the neighborhood when he sensed something was wrong. It felt too different from the past. He had been here many times before. The atmosphere here was graceful and elegant. The people's footsteps were leisurely, and their expressions were relaxed. The men and women were all dressed up and ready to go to a cocktail party at any time. There were handsome men and women everywhere. However, as soon as he stepped into the neighborhood today, Hu Xiaoheng sensitively sensed that many people were dressed differently than the original residents here. Of course, most people wouldn't be able to notice this subtle difference. Only people like Hu Xiaoheng, who had not only received professional training but also had a keen intuition for the environment after thousands of life-and-death missions, could truly feel it. For example, in the eyes of the average person, there was a man and a woman drinking coffee in the open-air cafe in front of them. They were no different from the people next to them. They were all dressed very well in warm, collared shirts. The man was wearing formal pants of the same color, and the woman was wearing a straight skirt that barely covered her knees. However, in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, there was a significant difference between these two people and the people next to them. This was because the new petty bourgeoisie here liked to keep a low profile. When they wore collared shirts, they definitely wouldn't button the collar tightly. They would definitely unbutton the first 2 buttons to reveal their slender necks and half-covered collarbones. There was also a woman. She also had short chestnut hair. The real residents here all knew that meticulously combed hair that was so shiny that flies would slip on it was very old-fashioned. The stylish women used their hands to comb their short hair a few times to reveal a somewhat messy but not ridiculously messy, lazy and natural style. They looked like they had just gotten out of bed. Also, when they looked at people, the residents here were used to wearing flirtatious smiles. They were the kind that could immediately go to bed and have sex if they saw eye to eye. It wasn't that some people sitting or standing here looked at people directly, as if they wanted to see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. They were afraid that others wouldn't know that you didn't look at people with your eyes, but with searchlights and X-rays. This kind of awkwardness made Hu Xiaoheng immediately separate these people from the real residential area here. He noticed these differences, but he didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he casually walked over with his long legs and entered a convenience store with a slightly sinister smile on his lips. A few stylish women who were shopping in the convenience store saw him and couldn't help but be attracted to him. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, but he only smiled and didn't say anything. With a faint glance, those women's bones were about to melt. The people who had originally noticed him because of his extremely eye-catching appearance immediately looked away uninterestedly and continued to look around the street. Hu Xiaoheng walked around the convenience store like this, and then walked out of the street side by side with a stylish woman. Once they reached the corner, he immediately moved aside, called a taxi, and left. If he wasn't wrong, the trader had finally made his move. He waited for more than a month before making his move. He was really patient. Of course, he wasn't particularly patient. He wasn't very clear why the other party would suddenly make his move after more than a month. Normally, in this kind of situation, if he didn't make his move within 2 weeks of receiving the news, he would have to wait for half a year. Now it was more than a month. This kind of awkward time period in their line of work was a bit thought-provoking. Hu Xiaoheng took a taxi around New York City to make sure that no one was following him before returning to his residence in New Jersey. James should be delivering the letter to him soon, or the letter was already lying in the place they had agreed on, but Hu Xiaoheng hadn't gone to pick it up yet. To be honest, although James had reached a cooperative relationship with him, he didn't completely trust him. He believed that James had the same thoughts about him. This was the normal state of cooperation between two people in the opposing camp. It was also the normal way of thinking about human relationships in their line of work. It was impossible to completely trust the other party. If someone really completely trusted the trader or an insider, it could only be said that this kind of person would generally reincarnate a few more times than others. Such a naive person was not suitable for their line of work. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the spacious living room and poured himself a glass of beer. His mood was a bit heavy. He remembered very clearly which departments the 3 letters were sent to. The letter related to the North City condominium was sent directly to Qinlai. He didn't expect it to really be Qinlai. Could it really be Qinlai? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't sort out his thoughts for a moment. He and Qinlai had known each other for a long time, even before he had joined the army. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other through a fight. At that time, he was still young and vigorous. He planned an operation by himself to go to the military general hospital and smuggle out his aunt's body. In the end, he was discovered by Qinlai, who was still a genius intern at the time. He thought he was the kind of thief who did illegal things. The two of them fought. Of course, Qinlai was beaten to the ground by him, but he was also forced to tell the truth by Qinlai. After Qinlai heard about it, he believed him without hesitation and helped him hide his aunt's body in the hospital's freezer. It could be said that it was impossible for his aunt's case to be cleared without Qinlai's help in the end. Later, the two of them became closer, and Hu Xiaoheng joined the army. A few years later, he reunited with Qinlai at the Special Operations Forces he had founded. At this time, Qinlai had already become a military doctor seconded from the Military General Hospital by the Special Operations Forces. He brought along his assistant, Yi Zidan. This is the 2nd night watch, and the monthly pass is 300 plus night watch. Let's keep our promise, it's already the 4th night watch today. The 3rd night watch is 7 p.m., and the 4th night watch is 600 plus night watch, so it should be around 9 p.m. Come, don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly pass. The monthly pass is 900, and will continue tomorrow at the 3rd night watch. Chapter 676. Hu Xiaoheng lit a cigarette for himself and sunk into the large sofa in the living room. The windows were open, and the night breeze blew in, bringing with it the chill of late autumn. In New York, located in the northeast of the United States, the night already had the shadow of winter. The cool wind blew on his body, and the heat that had once surged up began to subside. As for Qinlai, no matter how he thought about it, he still didn't think it was him. However, the only address mentioned in the letter to Qinlai was the apartment in northern New York where the incident happened. That was where he was staying, even though it was just bait. The mole and the Special Operations Forces didn't hesitate to take the bait. If it wasn't Qinlai, then who was it? No matter who it was, it had to be someone close to Qinlai. Hu Xiaoheng played with the Zippo lighter in his hand and muttered to himself. His gaze quickly became determined. No, he couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Chen Lai still couldn't clear his name in this situation. Hu Xiaoheng was still waiting for the final news from James. Once it was confirmed, he would go to Cuba. Hu Xiaoheng didn't sleep that night. The next morning, he went to a post office in northern New York. He rented a post office there, and when the matter was settled, James would deliver the letter. Hu Xiaoheng opened the mailbox in the post office and saw the letter he expected. He took the letter and returned to the apartment. Hu Xiaoheng opened the letter and quickly read it. As expected, James confirmed in the letter that their bureau had received information from the Xia Empire. It confirmed that the leader of the Special Operations Forces was secretly living in an apartment in northern New York. The letter also included a detailed address. Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly opened his lighter and burned James' letter. He immediately went downstairs and found the management office to cancel the lease. He had lived there for almost 3 months. He had said he would rent for a year, but he had to go home immediately because of an emergency at home. Of course, he wouldn't get his security deposit back, but the lease could be cancelled. Hu Xiaoheng calmly completed the cancellation procedures. He placed everything in a suitcase and carried it out of the luxurious apartment in New Jersey. Hu Xiaoheng got into his rented SUV and drove directly to the New York pier. There was a place to return cars. After returning the SUV keys, Hu Xiaoheng found the gangsters on the dock and discussed the route to Cuba with them. He paid them a sum of money and boarded the ship that very night. As members of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng and the others had a thorough understanding of the gangs in every major city. Most of the time, he had to deal with them. Whether it was to hide his identity or to facilitate transportation, they would always be there. Of course, among these people, there were also spies from the Special Operations Forces. Among the gangs in New York, the Hua gang was an important force that had risen in recent years. They were already on par with the old Sicilian and South American gangs. To this day, no one knew whether there was someone supporting him or not. In the middle of the night, a speedboat silently cut through the waves and sped towards the high seas. The United States and Cuba had just resumed diplomatic relations, so there were not many direct flights in ships. However, even if there was a suitable flight, Hu Xiaoheng would not take it. Because the fake identity he used when he entered the country was already known by the CIB. Although it was not impossible to board a plane with a fake passport, it would still leave traces. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to leave New York without anyone knowing so that no one would know where he was. Only when he safely reached Cuba could his mission status be considered over. Only then could he use his real identity to send a message back to the Hua nation and resume his work. After being suppressed in New York for so long, it was time to fight back. It would take about 2 days to enter the high seas from New York and then take a detour to Cuba. Hu Xiaoheng had not been idle during these 2 days. He had already planned the reorganization and purge of the Special Operations Forces. This mole had hidden itself so deeply that it almost caused him to capsize. So when did it start? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and still came to the same conclusion. This mole was probably a newbie who had just been recruited. He was not a veteran who had been in hiding for many years. From the obstacles the other party had caused him, it was impossible for him to hit the target in one hit. The other party knew his whereabouts and had done some things behind the scenes to finally bring him to New York. Faced with such a situation, the other party did not know what kind of bargaining chips the Special Operations Forces had in New York, or rather overseas. He knew how, but he didn't know why, so their betrayal could only temporarily disrupt his plan, but it wasn't serious enough to cost him his life. If it was a veteran who had been in hiding for many years, Hu Xiaoheng knew that it would not be so easy for him to leave the United States alive this time. However, the veteran had the foresight, and the newbie had the element of surprise, so it could not be ignored. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Hu Xiaoheng looked at the rising sun in the distance and remained silent. He should feel relieved. After all, his comrades of many years were still standing with him and did not stab him in the back. The problem could only be the new bee. Now that he had found the key to the problem, it was much easier to solve it. Hu Xiaoheng had basically decided on a plan of action during the 2 days he was at sea. 2 days later, as soon as he arrived in Cuba, Hu Xiaoheng went to the Hua Xia Imperial Consulate General in Cuba. This time, he could directly reveal his identity and say that he had completed his mission and wanted to contact the Hua nation. The Cuban Consulate General asked him to use his special line to contact the Hua nation directly. When General Ji received Hu Xiaoheng's call, it was already noon in the imperial capital. General Ji, my mission is completed. Hu Xiaoheng's voice came from the other end of the phone, and General Ji's depressed mood from the past few days was instantly swept away. Ha 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 ha, it's good that it's completed. It's good that it's completed. General Ji leaned back in his office chair. Where are you now? I'm at the Cuban Consulate General. Hu Xiaoheng was also sitting on a chair, his body relaxed and relaxed. General Ji, I need an official identity to appear in Cuba. No problem, no problem. General Ji hurriedly agreed. I'll have Little Zay meet you in Cuba, and at the same time, I'll have the military's external publicity department announce that you are visiting Cuba as the Deputy Secretary General of the Military Supreme Council. That way, he could openly appear in front of the public. He had been missing for so many days, and everyone related to him was anxious. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. That's settled then. After a pause, he said to General Ji, I still have work to do, and I hope General Ji can give me your full support and cooperation. Of course. Of course. General Ji knew that Hu Xiaoheng was about to retaliate. General Ji was also furious that Hu Xiaoheng had been in danger this time, and now there was also the matter with Gu Nianji. But when he thought about how Hu Xiaoheng had been outwardly obedient but inwardly opposed to him, General Ji felt that he still needed to teach him a lesson so he wouldn't become more daring in the future. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Don't ignore kindness because it's small, and don't do evil because it's small. These were all ancient sayings. Therefore, General Ji didn't mention a word about Gu Nianji's situation and only said, of course, normal work is your responsibility. Do it freely. Hu Xiaoheng hung up and looked at the action plan in front of him before immediately making another call. This call was directly to the Special Operations Forces Department of Discipline. The members of the Department of Discipline were similar to the military police in that they were used to catch insiders who broke the law. No one knew that the leader of the Department of Discipline, Zhou Qiyuan, was one of Hu Xiaoheng's other 2 hidden personal secretaries. With Hu Xiaoheng's position, he should have 4 personal secretaries, but most people only knew Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. Very few people knew who Hu Xiaoheng's other 2 personal secretaries were. Qiyuan, I'm Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng introduced himself directly. Zhou Qiyuan, who was reading documents in his private office, suddenly stood up. Hello, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng began to give orders expressionlessly. Immediately lead the Department of Discipline to surround the Special Operations Forces hospital building. Arrest all the medical staff inside, from the mail room to everyone in Chen Lai's office, including Chen Lai, and detain them separately. He paused before continuing, the patients in the hospital are not allowed to go out, and no one is allowed to visit. Wait for me to come back. Yes, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan was 2 years older than Hu Xiaoheng and was personally rescued by Hu Xiaoheng from the Myanmar jungle. Since then, he had been one of Hu Xiaoheng's 2 hidden personal secretaries. This is the 3rd night, and we're keeping our word. It's the 4th night today. The 4th night's monthly vote is 600, so it should be around 9 p.m. Come, don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly vote. The monthly vote is 900, so we'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 677. Zhou Qiyuan was a man of action. He did not speak much, and he always followed Hu Xiaoheng's orders unconditionally. His loyalty was even greater than Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi's. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng made the arrangements, Zhou Qiyuan immediately initiated the action. Putting down the phone, he pressed the internal action button. Pass down the order. Seal the entrance to the base. Kill anyone who dares to force their way in. Team 1, Team 2, immediately bring people to seal off the east and west directions of the hospital building. Team 3, Team 4, immediately bring people to seal off the north and south directions of the hospital building. Team 5, Team 6, Team 7, and Team 8, follow me into the building and arrest all the medical personnel inside. Zhou Qiyuan put down the phone, took down his belt from the wall, and wrapped it around his waist. He expressionlessly put on the disciplinary committee's black and gold armband. He adjusted the hat on his head and quickly gathered his team downstairs with 4 guards. Yes, Chief. The disciplinary committee had a total of 9 teams. Team 8 often moved around, and Team 9 was always elusive. Under the leadership of team leader Zhou Qiyuan, the 8 members of the disciplinary committee quickly arrived in front of the hospital building. It was noon, and the late autumn sun in D capital was not very hot. In the plaza in front of the hospital building, patients were walking in groups of 2s and 3s. Some of the medical personnel in white coats had just finished eating and were walking to the building. Some had just come down from upstairs to eat lunch. When the members of the disciplinary committee in black military uniforms with black and gold armbands sealed off the entire hospital building, both patients and medical personnel were shocked. They were actually considered the logistics personnel of the Special Operations Forces and had never seen such a scene. What happened? Why is the disciplinary committee here? Is it because Hu Xiao is not here, so someone is going to rebel? Nonsense. That's the disciplinary committee leader Zhou Qiyuan. Of all people rebelling, it won't be him. Everyone discussed, but they were forced into the hospital building by the members of the disciplinary committee. 09 Xiao Shuanet, a doctor, was very unhappy and asked with a sullen face, "May I ask what is the meaning of this? Do you still have any concept of the law? I am only responsible for following orders. Please go and help with the investigation. As for the law, please go to the military court to talk about the law with the judge." Zhou Qiyuan had a poker face and waved his hand expressionlessly. The members of the Department of Discipline Groups 5, 6, 7, and 8 entered the building in a single file. They covered the heads of all the medical staff in the building, put handcuffs on them, and dragged them into the Department of Discipline Group's prison van. Chen Lai's office was on the top floor of the hospital building. He had just finished lunch and was talking to Yi Zidan about a recent liver transplant surgery. "Dr. Yi, what do you think is the probability of rejection after the surgery?" Chen Lai looked at the patient's data after the surgery and was still uncertain. Yi Zidan tilted her head and looked at the case file in Chen Lai's hands. She said thoughtfully, "This person's data isn't bad. There shouldn't be any rejection, right? Dr. Chen, your surgery skills are getting better and better." His tone was filled with admiration and joy, as well as a little disappointment. Chen Lai's attention was focused on the case. He looked at it for a long time, then shook his head and said, "I don't think it's that optimistic. Let's observe it for a few days." Just as he put down the case report, he heard a series of loud footsteps coming from the corridor. Chen Lai looked over curiously. "Ha! What was that sound? It sounds like an army is coming." Yi Zidan was also very curious. She turned around and walked to the door. As soon as she saw a row of members of the disciplinary committee in black military uniforms with black and gold armbands, her face suddenly turned white. She turned around in a panic and said to Chen Lai, "Dr. Chen, it's the disciplinary committee." Just as she finished speaking, the disciplinary committee leader, Zhou Qiyuan, had already walked in front of her and said, "Dr. Yi, sorry for the offense. Take her away. A member took a step forward and put a black hood over Yi Zidan's head without any explanation. He then took out handcuffs to put them on her. Yi Zidan was scared out of her wits. She couldn't even stand straight. Her legs turned to jelly, and she fell to the ground. She almost peed. Chen Lai saw this scene from inside the office and was also shocked. He froze for a moment before scrambling out from behind his desk and shouting, "Zhou Qiyuan. What are you doing?" "Dr. Chen, I'm just following orders. Please cooperate with us." Zhou Qiyuan waved behind him. "Take him down." Another member of the disciplinary committee came forward. This time, he also put a hood over Chen Lai's head and handcuffed him. Chen Lai was completely dumbfounded. He said sternly, "Zhou Qiyuan. Does Hua Xiao know you're doing this? If you dare touch me and Dr. Yi, Hua Xiao will skin you alive when he comes back. This is Hua Xiao's order. When he comes back, Dr. Chen can interrogate him personally," Zhou Qiyuan said slowly. Suddenly, he smelled the pungent smell of urine. He looked down to see Yi Zidan, who was paralyzed on the ground, finally peeing in her pants. When Hua Xiaoheng gave the order to the disciplinary committee leader, Zhou Qiyuan, Zhao Liangzi had already been summoned. He immediately turned to Cuba to receive Hua Xiaoheng. Early the next morning, a large private plane from the Hua Xia Empire landed at the Havana International Airport in Cuba. After the plane landed, Cuba still had to make some arrangements. The plane's doors would only open after the red carpet, reporters, and TV stations were in place, and all the important people inside would exit the plane. Hua Xiaoheng, who was waiting there in advance, took advantage of the time before the plane officially opened to sneak onto the plane. When he boarded, no one knew that this man dressed like a Cuban staff member was the main person on this private plane. Zhao Liangzi was naturally already waiting in a private first-class cabin. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng entered, Zhao Liangzi stood up excitedly and saluted. "Hello, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng nodded at him and said calmly, "I'm going to change. Go outside and see how Cuba's preparations are going. Did anyone from our TV station come?" Zhao Liangzi quickly said, "Your military uniform is ready. It's here." As he spoke, he took out a stack of neatly folded Major General military uniforms from his suitcase. "This time, it's our own TV station director from the Public Relations Department." "Okay." Hua Xiaoheng responded simply and unfolded the military uniform. Zhao Liangzi quickly walked out and closed the door for Hua Xiaoheng. He stood at the door. This was a military plane. From the pilot to the flight attendants, they all reported directly to the military and all had military ranks. Hua Xiaoheng quickly changed into his official Major General military uniform. He put on a military cap, a pair of large sunglasses, white gloves, and a holster around his waist. There was a gun in the holster. He pulled it out and saw that it was fully loaded with 20 bullets. Not long after, Zhao Liangzi knocked on the door. "Chief, everything is ready. The President of the Cuban Supreme Military Council is here to welcome you." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and opened the door. He nodded to Zhao Liangzi. "You may leave." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangzi saluted again at the door and followed Hua Xiaoheng out with a smile. The two of them stood at the cabin door for a while. Soon, the cabin door opened and Hua Xiaoheng stepped out. The sky in Havana was a verdant blue, like the finest sapphire that could not be melted. White clouds floated in the blue sky, as if they had been casually painted with a brush. The military song of the Cuban Revolutionary Army played in the square, and a flock of white pigeons flew into the sky. A red carpet stretched from the cabin door to a place far below the stairs. The President of the Cuban Supreme Military Council, wearing the uniform of the Cuban Revolutionary Army, stood near the stairs and smiled in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Hua Xiaoheng waved at him, then walked down the plane's suspension ladder with steady steps. The television stations and news reporters from both countries were captivated by Hu Xiaoheng in his Major General uniform. All of them were mesmerized and raised their cameras to snap pictures. The directors of the television stations aimed their cameras only at Hu Xiaoheng. The president of the Cuban Supreme Military Council only had a chance to be on camera when he shook hands with Hu Xiaoheng. Xiao Liangzi followed Hu Xiaoheng. He sighed at the world where looks were the most important thing. At the same time, he marveled at his Major General's good looks and combat prowess. No wonder he was at the top of the food chain. This is the 4th update, and the monthly vote is 600 plus updates. Let's keep our word, it's the 4th update today. Come on, don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly vote. The monthly vote will reach 900 before noon tomorrow, and will continue with the 3rd update. Chapter 678. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to expose himself too much. He had cooperated with the Hua nation's private plane to make this trip to Cuba so that he could appear in this place with a proper identity. Therefore, after a brief discussion with the Cuban Supreme Military Council, he told General Ji that he would be returning home immediately. General Ji didn't agree. He sat behind his desk and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Xiaoheng, think about it. If you leave as soon as you arrive, wouldn't you be exposing yourself? What would others think? What would those people who have been watching you think? This made sense. He had to go through with the act. He had already taken 99 steps out of 100, so there was no need to waste all his efforts at the last step. Hu Xiaoheng knew that because of Mole's betrayal, the intelligence agencies of every country were probably watching his movements. Yes, you're right. Hu Xiaoheng didn't object. Then I'll wait a little longer. Since you're already in Cuba, you can learn from your peers there. You're now visiting Cuba as an official soldier, so you can take a look at Cuba's signal radar system. They're so close to the United States, so there must be something interesting there. Ha ha ha. General Ji couldn't help but laugh at the happy part. Hu Xiaoheng replied, okay, I'll be careful. Well, since the private plane is already here, you can stay for as long as you want. It's best if you stay a few more days. I have an important political mission for you. General Ji's tone became serious. You know that the situation in the country is quite tense right now, and the election will be held in a few days. It's not appropriate for you to return now, so wait a little longer. It won't be too late to return after the election results are announced. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a moment before replying, yes, sir. He couldn't return for now, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't contact Zhou Qiyuan in the Hua nation. Zhou Qiyuan wasn't in a hurry either. He locked everyone up separately and began interrogating them one by one. He didn't know why Hu Xiaoheng locked them up, but they had to be interrogated as a routine. It was nothing more than asking about their resumes, daily affairs, and social relations. It was like a political investigation, but more stringent. Every question had to be supported by actual evidence, be it written or testimony from witnesses. Hu Guangchen sat in his office at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. He looked at the deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces, who had a serious expression on his face. It was just a simple field mission. Why were they gone? Did they run away? Defected? Or, did something happen? It had been 2 days since the German field personnel were dispatched, and they could no longer contact them. Usually, when such a situation occurred, it meant that something had happened. It didn't matter if something happened. In this line of work, accidents could happen at any time. More importantly, the measures and means taken after the accident must be swift and without delay. However, the problem was that Hu Guangchen had no background in intelligence work. Once something went wrong, he had no experience in how to remedy the situation or how to avoid greater losses. Disappeared. Then what should we do? What about Gu Nianji? Did you find it? Huo Guanchen raised his voice. Is this how you complete the mission the organization gave you? The deputy chief was furious, but he could not vent his anger on General Hua. He could only lower his head and remain silent as Huo Guanchen scolded him. Huo Guanchen angrily slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean by not saying anything? Hurry up and send more people to look for him. The deputy chief finally raised his head to look at Huo Guanchen, who was fuming with rage. He said calmly, General Hua, we still haven't figured out what's going on. We can't rashly send out more people. Why? Because we can't determine whether that location is the real Miss Gu or the enemy's trap. The deputy chief didn't want to send his men to their deaths again. Not to mention that the two people had disappeared without a trace. It was also a troublesome matter. For Gu Nianji, they had already lost 2 field personnel and needed to send more field personnel. Were there people like radishes that could be plucked and used at any time? The deputy chief felt that this matter had to be considered at length. Huo Guanchen listened to the deputy chief's words and slowly sat back down. It was undeniable that the deputy chief made a lot of sense. Also, Huo Guanchen suddenly felt that this wasn't a bad idea. It wasn't that he didn't want to search, but something had happened to the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces, so they couldn't continue to be dispatched. Okay, then do as you see fit. I have full authority to solve this for you. Huo Guanchen took out a pen and wrote a note for the deputy chief. General Ji specifically reminded us to keep this a secret from your chief for now. It won't be too late to talk about it after we find Miss Gu. You have to remember that if anyone reveals this to your chief, he will be punished according to military law. I will not show any mercy. I believe that General Ji thinks the same way. Yes, Chief. The deputy chief had no objections and didn't dare to. But if he didn't let Hua Xiaoheng know about this, who could solve it? If Hua Xiaoheng was in the Hua Xia Empire, the deputy chief could make the trip himself. But he was now abroad, so the deputy chief couldn't go abroad. Both of them had to maintain that one of them stayed in the Hua Xia Empire and couldn't go abroad at the same time. It was just like when both of them took a plane, they couldn't take the same flight at the same time. They had to leave separately. After thinking about it, he could only think of Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. These two were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries and were very capable themselves. Also, they had followed Hua Xiao from the beginning to the end for Gu Nianji. The 2 field agents disappeared because of Gu Nianji, so they should know about it for both official and personal reasons. They should follow up on it to see if it had anything to do with Gu Nianji's disappearance. Also, General Ji had ordered that Hua Xiao not know about this for now, but he didn't say that no one else could know. Also, this matter wasn't a secret among the higher-ups of the Special Operations Forces. In order to locate Gu Nianji's satellite, all the personnel involved in the satellite orbit adjustment knew everything they needed to know. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze just happened to be on a mission abroad. Zhao Liangze had just been sent to Cuba by General Ji to assist Hua Xiao's visit. He had no choice but to quickly summon Yin Shixiang back to the Hua Xia Empire to deal with this matter. Yin Shixiang had originally been sent to Japan and was only halfway through his mission there when he suddenly received an urgent transfer order from the Special Operations Forces to immediately return to the Hua Xia Empire. Even the plane tickets had been booked for him, and he was about to board the plane with his suitcase. He was a soldier, so it was his duty to obey orders. Yin Shixiang didn't say anything else and immediately boarded the plane. The flight from Tokyo to the imperial capital only took 3 hours. Yin Shixiang boarded the plane at 5 in the afternoon and arrived at the imperial capital international airport at 8 in the evening. However, because of the time difference, it was already 9 in the evening in the imperial capital. His adjutant came to pick him up. He opened the car door with a serious expression and invited him in. Yin Shixiang nodded and sat in the front passenger seat. He asked his adjutant, "Tell me, what happened?" His adjutant started the car and simply said, "Something happened to 2 people outside." In their professional terminology, people outside referred to field personnel, and something happened meant that they had died in the line of duty. Yin Shixiang's heart sank. Although this kind of thing wasn't rare, he still felt bad every time he heard such news. Those people were all their comrades. No soldier would be indifferent to the news of their comrades' deaths unless they didn't see them as comrades. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get back, Yin Shixiang said dryly and didn't ask any more questions. After returning to the Special Operations Forces, Yin Shixiang didn't go back to his residence at all. Instead, he went directly to the headquarters base and returned to his room in Huashao's official residence. He and Zhao Liangzi both had their own rooms there, as well as a study and a conference room. It was like two separate small suites. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yin Shixiang dried his hair and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. He then informed his team members, "We'll be having a meeting in 10 minutes. All personnel on duty and officers above the rank of colonel must be present." After notifying them of the meeting, Yin Shixiang went to the safe and took out the phone he had prepared in the Huaxia Empire. It was already out of battery. Yin Shixiang took it to the conference room and plugged it in to charge while waiting for everyone to start the meeting. He arrived early and waited for a while before the phone's battery was turned on. He swiped it open and saw an important message in the voicemail. The message was from Gu Nianji's external contact number. This was the first update. Today was Monday, and they had forgotten their recommendation tickets. It looked like they still had to do 4 updates today. This included a monthly ticket of 900 plus updates and a leader plus update. Congratulations to Raindrop 6868 for becoming the new leader of the Major General. Thank you to Raindrop 6868 for the 90,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Whose Heart is Sweeter Candy for the 10,000 reading points yesterday. The second update would be 12 noon, the third update would be 7 p.m., and the fourth update would be around 9 p.m. Come on, don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly tickets. Chapter 679. On Yin Shixiang's and Zhao Liangzi's phones, Gu Nianji's number was marked as an important contact number. Therefore, whenever there was a message, it would be picked up immediately. However, after so long, almost no one had called this number ever since Gu Nianji had become an adult. What was it about this time? Yin Shixiang was very surprised and quickly pressed the button to answer. A clear and somewhat anxious female voice came from his Bluetooth headset. Are you Nianji's guardian? I'm her roommate, Chi. My phone number is XXXXX. I have something important to tell you. It concerns Nianji. Please contact me immediately after you hear this message. You must contact me. This is a matter of life and death. Yin Shixiang was speechless. Okay, what was going on? He had only been away from the Huaxia Empire for 20 days. Why didn't he understand Chinese? He remembered Gu Nianji's roommate, Ma Chi. She was tall, straightforward, and always had a smile on her face. He hadn't expected her to drop such a huge bomb on him. Yin Shixiang felt a bit dizzy. He rubbed his temples and sat for a while before listening to the message again. Just as he was about to call Ma Chi back, the people he had called for the meeting arrived one after another. He said 10 minutes, so it was 10 minutes. No one arrived after 10 minutes. Yin Shixiang had no choice but to put down his phone and nod to everyone. Sit. I called for a meeting today to ask what exactly happened. The Deputy General summoned me back, but I haven't gone to see him yet. I want to hear what happened recently. His adjutant had already told him in the car that something had happened to 2 field personnel, but he didn't make it clear what exactly had happened, such as where, when, and for what reason. Now that they were in the Special Operations Forces encrypted office, everyone could speak freely. 09 Small Say Net, Yin Shixiang's other deputy immediately stood up and said, Sir, it's like this. We lost contact with 2 of our field personnel during a mission in Germany. It's been almost 3 days now. Germany. The word Berlin in Ma Qiqi's voice message flashed through Yin Shixiang's mind. The capital of Germany was Berlin. Could it be related to Nianji? Yin Shixiang's skin tightened. He calmly clenched his fists and slowly loosened them. What are you going to do in Germany? I don't remember going on a field mission in Germany recently. We're not sure about that. You'll have to ask the deputy chief. His adjutant shook his head. You know, this is the rule. We won't ask about the details of our comrades' missions. Yin Shixiang choked. Indeed, his adjutant and his team members were not at this level, so they could not inquire about other people's affairs, nor could they tell others the details of their field missions. If he did, he would be violating confidentiality rules. But he could tell his superior. For example, Hu Shaoheng and his 2 personal secretaries were of very high rank and had the authority to know the details of the Special Operations Forces personnel's field work. Okay, then I'll go see the deputy chief. You guys wait for me here. Yin Shixiang immediately stood up and went to the deputy chief's office building. The deputy commander had been extremely busy these few days. He had to find out the reason for the disappearance of the 2 field personnel and give a detailed and clear explanation to his superiors and subordinates. Otherwise, he would have to take responsibility. He called Yin Shixiang back because he wanted him to take responsibility for this matter. At the same time, he wanted to find out if it had anything to do with Gu Nianji's disappearance. As soon as Yin Shixiang arrived at the deputy chief's office building, he was immediately led inside. Lieutenant Colonel Yin, please come in. The deputy chief has been waiting for you. 09 Xiaoshuanet. He should have gotten off work at this time, but the deputy chief knew that he would be back at this time, so he had not gone home. Yin Shixiang walked in front of the deputy chief and saluted. Reporting to chief, Lieutenant Colonel Yin Shixiang reporting for duty. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Yin, please sit. The deputy chief quickly pointed to the sofa in front of him. There's an important reason why I called you back so urgently this time. Yin Shixiang quickly sat upright on the sofa and rested his hands on his knees. He said very seriously, please speak. I was just wondering. It's like this. The deputy chief sighed. This matter started 4 days ago. Yin Shixiang's heart pounded, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. 4 days ago, General G suddenly received a briefing from the deputy consul of our country's consulate in Munich, Germany. He said that a citizen of our country named Gu Nianji had gone missing in Munich. Lieutenant Colonel Yin, when we received the news, it had already been 17 or 18 days since she disappeared. Yin Shixiang felt his vision go black when he heard that. So it really was related to Gu Nianji. So Gu Nianji really had met with danger in Germany. But wait, Ma Qiqi's message said that Gu Nianji had met with danger in Berlin, but the deputy chief said it was in Munich. Yin Shixiang was a bit anxious. He really wanted to go to the central control room immediately to get Gu Nianji's GPS location. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about whether it was in Munich or Berlin. However, the deputy chief's next words saved him from that dilemma. General G handed this matter over to General Hu. General Hu found us and asked if we could find a way to find Gu Nianji. As you know, Gu Nianji was already a key protected target in our department. Although her security measures have been revoked, but... Deputy Chief, Gu Nianji's security measures have been revoked. Why didn't we know about this? Yin Shixiang was shocked and interrupted him. When did this happen? Gu Nianji's security measures were personally set up by Hu Shaoheng. In the past, she was perfectly protected. Perhaps it was too well protected, but in those 6 years, no one actually came looking for Gu Nianji. They also couldn't find any information related to Gu Nianji's background. Later, Hu Shaoheng decided to let her go out and interact with society. At the same time, more people would notice her. This might help them find out about her background. It had to be said that this strategy was very correct. Soon, all sorts of contact and tests began on Gu Nianji. They went with the flow and finally found Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, and found out about her background. However, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't said anything yet. Who had the guts to revoke Gu Nianji's security measures? The deputy chief was stunned. This was an order from the military supreme council. I was also following orders. Yin Shixiang nodded. Okay, then deputy chief, please keep the order. When Hu Xiaoheng comes back, he will definitely ask about this. Of course, I've already saved it according to procedure. When Hu Xiaoheng comes back, he can investigate at any time. The deputy chief said confidently. He even took out a copy for Yin Shixiang to see. Here, this is it. Yin Shixiang glanced at it and said, since it's a copy, can you give me a copy, deputy chief? Sure, the original is on file. There are many copies. You can take it. The deputy chief knew that Yin Shixiang was Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Giving it to him was equivalent to giving it to Hu Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang carefully put the copy of the military order in his folder and continued to listen to the deputy chief explain. Where were we? Oh, we removed her security measures, but there were some measures we didn't have time to remove, such as the GPS on her. At the time, I asked the staff in the central control room to use the GPS to locate Gu Nianji and found that she was in Berlin. Yin Shixiang's eyes widened as he interrupted the deputy chief again. Berlin? It's really Berlin. Didn't you say it was in Munich? Yes. You were confused too, right? So were we, so we sent 2 field agents to Berlin to see what was going on. And then our field agents went to the coordinates shown by the GPS, and then there was nothing else. The deputy chief spread his hands. Our communication with them was cut off almost instantly, and we couldn't contact them anymore. Yin Shixiang's brows furrowed even tighter. He immediately realized that Ma Qiqi's message wasn't groundless. It was true. Why didn't you inform Hu Xiaoheng immediately when such a big thing happened? Yin Shixiang was a bit unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. I heard that Hu Xiaoheng's mission was already completed. General Hua and General Ji told Hu Xiaoheng not to know about this before he returns. Whoever dares to tell will be dealt with according to military law without mercy. Yin Shixiang was speechless. But I think it's best if you lead the investigation, so I summoned you back. The deputy chief leaned over and patted his shoulder. Big Xiong, you have to work hard. Yin Shixiang immediately said, I know. I'll go now. There's a lot of work to be done. The deputy chief didn't ask him to stay and watched him leave. Yin Shixiang didn't return to his conference room either. Instead, he found a car and sped to the university to look for Ma Qiqi. This was the second monthly pass of 900 plus updates. I forgot the recommendation list. The third update was at 7 p.m., and the fourth update should be around 9 p.m. Come on, don't be careless and cast the guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 680. Ma Qiqi waited a full 2 to 3 days after sending the message before Yin Shixiang called back. Qiqi, it's Yin Shixiang. I just finished a meeting and want to come to your school to talk to you. Yin Shixiang wore a Bluetooth headset as he spoke seriously. It was already 10 p.m., and Ma Qiqi had just returned from studying at the library. As soon as she heard it was Yin Shixiang calling again, she quickly said, Brother Xiong, I'm at the dorm. I'll come down and wait for you. Ma Qiqi was just about to shower, but there was no need for that now. She quickly grabbed her phone and keys and went downstairs. She waited outside the dormitory for 10 minutes before she saw a black Jeep with a military plate drive over and stop in front of her. Yin Shixiang opened the door. Get in. Ma Qiqi nodded and got in without another word. She had been anxious about Gu Nianji for a few days, and now that Yin Shixiang had finally arrived, she was completely focused on saving Gu Nianji. She didn't hear someone calling her name from behind her. Qiqi. Qiqi. Come down. Qiqi. Qiqi. Where are you going? The senior who came looking for Ma Qiqi with a bag of midnight snacks saw Ma Qiqi get into a military jeep. In a daze, he saw a very handsome man in the car. He quickly called for Ma Qiqi to come down, but she didn't seem to hear him and got into the car. Senior brother's mouth twitched as he took out his phone to call Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi was about to speak to Yin Shixiang in the car when she heard her phone ring. She looked down to see it was senior brother. She wasn't in the mood to flirt with senior brother, so she didn't pick up. She didn't expect senior brother to be so persistent and keep calling her. Ma Qiqi had no choice but to answer the phone and ask, "Senior brother, what's up?" Senior brother took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He smiled and asked deliberately, "Qiqi, are you at the dorm? I bought you supper. Come down and get it." Ma Qiqi frowned. "I'm already asleep. Thank you for the supper, senior brother. I'll treat you tomorrow." She then hung up. Senior brother stood in front of the B University female graduate student dormitory for a full minute before he finally put down his arm. He turned around and glared angrily in the direction of Ma Qiqi's dorm before quickly walking down the stairs of the dorm. He threw the supper in his hand into the trash can, dusted his hands, and strode off. Yin Shixiang drove Ma Qiqi all the way to B University's parking lot before stopping the car. It was already late at night. The parking lot here was reserved for faculty and students during the day, so there were only a few cars left. The empty parking lot was perfect for talking, and they didn't have to worry about being eavesdropped. Yin Shixiang turned to look at Ma Qiqi and said sternly, "Qiqi, tell me again. What video?" Ma Qiqi didn't say much. She took out her phone and unlocked it. She logged into her instant messaging account and clicked on the video Gu Nianji had sent her. "See for yourself." Yin Shixiang stared at her phone. On the 5.5-inch phone screen, there was a young woman with half of her face bruised and swollen. Her eyes were nervous and panicked, and her soft voice was filled with panic. "Qiqi. Qiqi. I'm in Berlin. Save me." The video was very short. It was only a few seconds, so it was obviously sent in a hurry. This was Gu Nianji. Was this the little girl who grew up under their meticulous care? Half of her face was swollen because her skin was fairer than the average person's. Now that she was injured, the bruises on her face looked much scarier and worse than the average person's. What made him feel even worse was the look in her eyes. In that instant, he seemed to see the 12-year-old Gu Nianji again. The little girl who would hug her head in fear when someone spoke a little too loudly. She would curl up in a corner and cry silently. Yin Shixiang turned his head abruptly to look at the dark night outside the car window. He clenched his hand into a fist and covered his mouth to stop the sob that almost escaped his throat. However, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of the corners of his eyes. He could only pretend not to care and turn his head to the side, using his left hand to wipe away the tears. The video was too short, so Ma Qiqi thought Yin Shixiang didn't understand it. Seeing him turn his head to look out the window, she played it for him again. "Brother Xiong, look. Is that Nianji?" Yin Shixiang closed his eyes and took out his phone. He said to Ma Qiqi, "Forward the video to me." Ma Qiqi glanced at him. "Brother Xiong, your account." Yin Shixiang thought about it. They didn't allow him to install the instant messaging software on the market. Their instant messaging software was made by themselves and had a dedicated line for communication. It was much more secure than the software used by ordinary people. How about this? Add my phone number, then save the video locally and send it to me via text. Yin Shixiang gave Ma Chichi his phone number. Although Yin Shixiang had just called Ma Chichi's cell phone, his cell phone had a special setting that could hide his cell phone number. Even though he had called, Ma Chichi couldn't see all of his cell phone numbers, so naturally, she couldn't save his cell phone number. In order to add his phone number, Yin Shixiang had to tell her the complete phone number. Ma Chichi glanced at him and slowly saved his phone number in her phone's address book. Then she followed Yin Shixiang's instructions and sent the video to him. Yin Shixiang received Gu Nianji's distress video and played it again. After confirming there were no problems, he saved it locally. Thank you, Chi-Chi. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have known the situation was so serious. Yin Shixiang thanked Ma Chichi sincerely. Ma Chichi quickly waved her hands and shook her head. Brother Xiong, don't say that. Nianji is my roommate and also my good friend. Who else would I help if not her when something like this happened to her? Thank you, Chi-Chi. It's Nianji's luck to have a good friend like you. Yin Shixiang smiled. He thought about how his Nianji had a lot of good friends. Her 3 undergrad roommates were very protective of her. Now that she had such a good roommate for her post-grad studies, it was obvious that their decision to let her study was the right choice. Brother Xiong, you're too kind. Ma Chichi sighed. Actually, I didn't do much. I just made a few calls and sent a few texts. Sigh, Nianji went out with Professor He. I didn't think something would happen to her. I asked Professor He, and he confirmed. He Ji-chu. What did he say? Ma Chichi thought about it and said, Professor He confirmed that Nianji is indeed missing. He also said he's looking for her. As she spoke, Ma Chichi showed Yin Shixiang He Ji-chu's German social media account, waiting for you to come home. Yin Shixiang finally remembered that He Ji-chu was also in Germany. He was the one who took Nianji to Germany. How could something happen to Nianji with He Ji-chu there? Yin Shixiang's back broke out in a cold sweat. No one knew He Ji-chu's capabilities and influence abroad better than Yin Shixiang and the others. He and Zhao Liangze had both personally witnessed He Ji-chu's influence abroad. Who could be so powerful to lose Nianji with such a powerful force? Yin Shixiang's hands on the steering wheel began to tremble slightly. He tried his best to calm himself down and said calmly to Ma Chichi, Okay, I got it. It's getting late. I'll take you back. As he spoke, he started the car. Ma Chichi finally got the message through and sighed in relief. She leaned back in the seat and smiled. Brother Xiong, Nianji's boyfriend is with you, right? Yeah. Yin Shixiang answered absent-mindedly. He kept thinking about how to inform Huashao, but when he thought about the deputy chief's words, he didn't dare disobey his superior's orders. Then you'll let him know, right? Ma Chichi didn't give up and asked again. She felt like she was really worried about Nianji's safety. If she didn't tell Nianji's awesome boyfriend, Ma Chichi would feel like she hadn't done her best. Yin Shixiang didn't know how to answer. The hierarchy in the military, the difference in administrative power, and the unconditional obedience of soldiers to their superiors, all of these things Ma Chichi couldn't understand at the moment were swirling in Yin Shixiang's mind. Turning his head, Yin Shixiang saw Ma Chichi's big, hopeful eyes and said slowly, You mean Huashao? He's on a business trip, so I can't contact him for now. It was the 3rd update, and today was Monday. I'd forgotten about the recommendation tickets. The 4th update should be around 9:00 at night. Come on, don't be careless and vote for the guaranteed monthly ticket. P.S. When the 2nd update was posted for the first time this afternoon, I realized it was posted incorrectly. I posted the chapter before I edited it, but later I realized the word count was wrong. I've already edited it. It's more than 100 words more than the first one. If you find the plot is not coherent, go download the chapter from this afternoon again. P.S. If the monthly ticket reaches 1200 by 12 noon tomorrow, continue with the third update. Chapter 681. Business trip. Then call. Or text or video call. How could he not be notified? Ma Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Xiong, it's the age of the internet now. How could he not be notified? Don't tell me he went to some godforsaken place for a business trip. Yin Shixiang grimaced as he raked his hair and decided not to explain. You don't understand. Okay, we've arrived at your dorm. The female graduate student's dorm was right in front of them. Yin Shixiang stopped the car. Ma Chi-Chi really didn't understand, but she knew Hu Xiao and Yin Shixiang were soldiers. Perhaps they really had their own difficulties, so she didn't press him further and hopped out of the car. Then Brother Xiong, you have to help Nianji and bring her back as soon as possible. Yin Shixiang nodded. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. We'll do our best. He immediately started the car and left. Ma Chi-Chi stood on the steps in front of the dorm and watched Yin Shixiang's jeep disappear before returning to her dorm. Yin Shixiang sped the entire way as the video he had just seen kept replaying in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. No, he really had to tell Hu Xiao about this. Yin Shixiang thought about it and finally made up his mind. He turned the steering wheel and drove to the military headquarters. It was almost midnight, and most of the people in the military headquarters were asleep. Yin Shixiang drove all the way to General Ji's house. He got out of the car and said to the guard at the door, "Please help me ask General Ji that Yin Shixiang is back and has something important to ask him." The guard glanced at him and picked up the intercom to call General Ji's personal secretary. He confirmed that General Ji was still awake before taking the call. "Chief, there's a lieutenant colonel calling himself Yin Shixiang at the door. He says he has something important to ask you." General Ji took off his reading glasses in the study, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Then let him in." Yin Shixiang was led into the study by General Ji's personal secretary. "Hello, Chief. You're here. Sit." General Ji nodded and pointed at the soft stool in front of his desk. Yin Shixiang sat upright and said sternly, "General Ji, I was just called back from abroad by the Deputy General to understand the situation. There are some things I want to confirm with General Ji." General Ji glanced at his personal secretary. The man understood and turned to leave. He even thoughtfully closed the door of the study. "Speak, what is it?" General Ji put on his reading glasses and looked at the documents in front of him again. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk more. Yin Shixiang saw General Ji's attitude and knew it wouldn't be easy to convince him. However, when he thought of Gu Nianji and Major General Hua, he braced himself and said, "General Ji, this matter is of great importance. Not only did something happen to our field personnel, but Gu Nianji also." General Ji looked up from the documents and expressionlessly rolled his eyelids over the top of his reading glasses. The corners of Yin Shixiang's mouth twitched, but he still gathered his courage and continued. "Such a big thing happened, but the deputy chief said that we can't inform Hu Xiao. I just want to confirm if I really can't inform Hu Xiao." "Yes, you can't." "I said it," General Ji said coldly. "Since you know, I'm warning you. If you dare to tell Xiaoheng about this before he returns, I won't be merciful. The military court is prepared for people like you who pretend to obey orders but secretly oppose them." Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand why General Ji would use such a serious term, pretend to obey. He almost said they disobeyed military orders. "General Ji, I don't understand. We've never done anything like pretend to obey." Yin Shixiang didn't admit it. He stubbornly argued with General Ji. Never. General G threw the documents aside and leaned back in his chair. You can say you've never done it, but can you guarantee that others have never done it? Yin Shixiang was speechless. Fine, he couldn't guarantee for others, but he trusted Hu Shao. He believed that he wouldn't do anything to betray the country or the military. General G, shut up. General G suddenly became angry. He stood up from behind the desk and pointed at Yin Shixiang's nose. You said you didn't. Then let me ask you. Did you know that Gu Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter? Yin Shixiang's eyes widened in shock. What? Not his biological daughter. This. Where did you hear this? Even Yin Shixiang didn't know, he was Hu Shaoheng's personal secretary. He really kept it a secret. General G snorted inwardly. Big Xiong, you're incompetent. How can you not know something even your boss knows? TSK. Think carefully about what's going on before you argue with me about whether or not to inform Xiaoheng. General G waved his hand. Let's go. It's late. I need to rest. Yin Shixiang walked out of General G's house like he was sleepwalking. He also got into his car like he was sleepwalking. Then, he started the car in a daze. Even in such a state of mind, he drove all the way back to the Special Operations Forces headquarters without any accidents. Back at the headquarters, he subconsciously went to the conference room. Seeing that it was full of people, he finally came to his senses and nodded to everyone. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Everyone in the conference room expressed that it was fine and waited for him to speak. Yin Shixiang took the mineral water on the table and opened the cap to drink half a bottle. Then, he said to everyone in the conference room, I went to see the deputy chief and then General G. That's why I was delayed. Everyone expressed their understanding and didn't seem to be full of resentment. Yin Shixiang nodded and said, First, deal with the disappearance of the 2 field agents. I'm giving you the authority to send people to understand the entire situation. I want to see the whole truth before 10 tomorrow morning. This included the decision-making process, the selection of field agents, the confirmation of field coordinates, and finally the final contact between the 2 field agents and them. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang's subordinates accepted the task and immediately left the conference room to begin preparations. Yin Shixiang sat alone in the conference room and covered his face with his hands. He sat there silently for a while until he was truly exhausted, so he returned to his room to rest. Gu Nianji had already been recuperating at the blonde, blue-eyed owner's place for 2 days. For the past 2 days, she had changed the dressing and bandages on the wound on her arm all by herself. Fortunately, it was her left arm that was injured, so it wasn't difficult to bandage it. Actually, her wound healed the next day, but in order to not let these people know about her strange constitution, Gu Nianji continued to pretend to change the dressing and bandage. She hung her left arm around her neck and pretended to be seriously ill. However, she felt that it was too boring to recuperate alone, so she borrowed the owner's laptop and planned to surf the internet to kill time. The lady boss generously lent her laptop to her. For the past 2 days, Gu Nianji spent most of her time on the laptop. She had nothing to do, so she often searched for things related to Li Haiqing's case. She didn't know how many news reports and case analyses she had read, but there was nothing new to read. She continued searching, wanting to see old news. As she searched old news, Gu Nianji suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. She realized that the search engine here didn't seem to be able to find all the relevant news. For example, when she searched for old news about Li Haiqing's case, she originally wanted to collect all the news reports from the time of the case until now, then compile them into a book based on the timeline. She wanted to see if there was any internal connection between the news and the progress of the case. As a result, Gu Nianji clearly discovered that more than half of the news she had clearly seen before was now gone. Because she had an outstanding memory, she could remember everything she read once. And the news about Li Haiqing's case was related to her lawsuit, so she had seen almost every single one. Now that she searched, she realized that the news she had seen before was gone. Was it because the news had already been deleted? That was impossible, because all the other news on the same website were still there at the same time, so why was only a portion of the news gone? What was so special about the news that had disappeared? Gu Nianji closed her eyes and leaned against the bed, thinking silently for a while. Although the news had disappeared from the internet, she still remembered it, and it slid through her mind one by one. Carefully recalling the content of the news, Gu Nianji suddenly opened her eyes. She discovered a pattern. The news that had clearly existed before but had now disappeared from the search all had one thing in common. That was, these news all had the name Lawyer He or He Ji Chu. This was the fourth update, and it was sent to Raindrop 6868, who had been promoted to the position of leader. Today was Monday, and he had forgotten about the recommendation tickets. Come, don't be careless and vote for the minimum monthly ticket. P.S. If the monthly ticket reaches 1200 before noon tomorrow, continue with the third update. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 682. This is interesting. Gu Nianji muttered to herself. She leaned against the bed with her left arm hanging from her neck. She only used her right hand to type and looked very clumsy. The blonde bar owner and bartender often came in to see her. They saw her typing on the laptop with one hand and thought it was very interesting. They wanted to persuade her to stop typing and just watch a movie, but Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I'll watch it later. I'm browsing the forums right now to see people fighting." Since she said that, the bar owner and bartender stopped trying to persuade her. After they left, Gu Nianji thought about the pattern she had just discovered. What kind of network could cause some news to appear and others to not appear? This problem was too easy for Gu Nianji to solve. Blocked. Someone had set up a keyword block on the computer network she had logged into. Therefore, all the websites with blocked keywords were filtered. This method was actually very simple after thinking about it. It was similar to the plugins that everyone used to filter ads and the ad block software that filtered certain websites. It was almost the same principle. Was it like this? Gu Nianji felt that she should still give it a try. Make bold assumptions and be careful in verifying them. This kind of network block might be an insurmountable chasm for others, but not for people like Gu Nianji. She had systematically learned about hacking from Zhao Liangzi, the top 5 hackers on the entire Blue Planet, at the Special Operations Forces base. Zhao Liangzi had laid a very solid foundation for her because he had taught her from the most basic DOS program, which was the ancestor of the widely used Windows operating system. To be a truly skilled hacker, one didn't just know how to use hacking software. Truly skilled hackers were all software engineers who were very good at programming. In their eyes, the entire network seemed to be like the flashing green numbers and lines in the matrix. It had its own logic and rules. Gu Nianji stared at the laptop in front of her and used one hand to enter a few DOS commands. She quietly bypassed the laptop's monitoring program and sent a few pings to the network world outside the system. Soon, most of the pings were complete and fast, but a few were blocked. The few that were blocked were when she tried to ping pages related to He Ji Chu or Lawyer He. So that was it, the lady boss here was in cahoots with ALS, right? Someone had really set up a shielding system for the network she had logged into. It was as if she had always been in a local area network, and all the information in this local area network had been filtered before being released. But blocking? Build a wall. Trying to trap a top computer hacker of the Blue Planet in a network wall. Are you sure? Gu Nianji chuckled, but she also felt very upset. If she had to describe her mood, it might be like the old movie The Truman Show, when the main character first discovered that he had lived in a studio since he was a child. However, the protagonist was so excited that he was about to break down, but Gu Nianji had been homeless for more than a month, so her endurance was much higher. She didn't collapse from excitement. Instead, she was so calm that she scolded herself for being a fool. She felt that her decision to run away at all costs a few days ago was too stupid. What are her advantages? Of course, it was her intelligence. It was not her physical strength. What a joke. Instead of taking a shortcut, he actually tried every possible way to escape, and even ended up injuring himself. Pah! Gu Nianji slapped herself hard in the face. She had to remember this lesson. Using one's weakness to compete with someone else's strength was called a fool. Her slap was a bit hard. When the bartender brought her dinner that night, he saw the clear handprint on her face. His eyes widened in shock. Who hit you? Gu Nianji was speechless. She was too embarrassed to say that she did it, so she could only look down and mumble, "Don't ask." Anyway, it was my fault. The bartender was speechless. He silently turned around and left. Then Gu Nianji heard the bartender talking excitedly in German with someone outside the door. Gu Nianji pouted and ignored him. She ate 2 mouthfuls of bread and went to wash up. Then she opened the door and said to the lady boss and bartender outside, "I'm going to watch a movie and then go to bed. Good night." This meant she was going to lock the door. The lady boss glared at the bartender and turned to Gu Nianji with a smile. "Fine, you don't look too good. Go to bed early and wake up early tomorrow." Gu Nianji nodded. "Thank you. The sooner I recover, the sooner I can leave here. I won't trouble you for too long." "Don't say that. I'm very happy you're here. You can trouble us for as long as you want. Don't be embarrassed." The lady boss quickly comforted her and personally walked her inside. Gu Nianji nodded at her and closed the door in front of her, then locked it. After locking the door, Gu Nianji sat on the bed and looked around the 4 corners of the room. If her internet was already being monitored, then this room was most likely being monitored as well. However, she didn't know where the cameras were installed. She also didn't have the tools the special forces often use to check for infrared cameras. However, if the other party had installed cameras here, then they must be monitoring through the internet. As long as it was on the internet, Gu Nianji had a way to monitor it. She rolled her eyes and hugged her laptop to the bed. Then she pulled the blanket over herself and covered herself from head to toe. This way, even if there were cameras in the room, those people would only be able to see a cocoon-like blanket from the surveillance screen. They wouldn't be able to see what she was doing. Gu Nianji hid under the dark blanket and smiled slightly. She removed the sling on her left arm from her neck, then began typing quickly with her fingers flying. The other party was monitoring her computer, so no matter what she was doing, the other party would be able to see it. Gu Nianji used the opportunity of playing a Blu-ray movie on the computer to enter the DOS program. She quickly typed a series of commands and created a zombie image virtual hard drive for the computer. This zombie image virtual hard drive wasn't on the computer's hard drive. It was built on the internet and simulated using the computer's virtual memory. This laptop model was very old and didn't have a lot of memory. Gu Nianji also dug out a large chunk of memory to create a zombie image virtual hard drive. The speed of the entire computer suddenly slowed down. Not only was her side slow, but the other party's monitoring of her would also slow down. Depending on the bandwidth of the internet, the other party's monitoring of her computer would lag from 1 minute to infinity. In other words, when the lag time was long enough, the other party's monitoring would be quietly frozen. The surveillance screen would always show the scene before it was frozen, so it was actually impossible to effectively monitor her. It was just like what people often saw on TV. In order to get rid of the surveillance camera in the elevator, people could stick a picture of the elevator being empty. Then the computer screen in the surveillance room would show the same scene forever. You would think there was no one in or out of the elevator, but in fact, there was a group of people having a party inside and you wouldn't even know. Gu Nianji patiently expanded her zombie image virtual hard drive step by step, constantly nibbling away at the network bandwidth. She only stopped when the Blu-ray movie on her side began to intermittently show disjointed sounds and images. The size of the virtual hard drive should have reached a critical point. She couldn't continue to expand it. She waited quietly for a few seconds for the computer to stabilize and confirm that the other party's monitoring had failed. Gu Nianji turned off the Blu-ray movie and at the same time began frantically programming with the most primitive DOS program. The other party wanted to use this blocked local area network to trick her and isolate her from the outside world. Then she would let them have a taste of the power of giving them a taste of their own medicine. Gu Nianji was very efficient when she went into programming mode. She spent the entire night writing a very useful and targeted application program. Based on the program's functions, Gu Nianji named it Devourer. EXE. She was almost cooped up under the covers for the entire night. She only lifted the covers and crawled out at dawn. Gu Nianji continued to tie up her left hand. After washing up, she began to sleep. She wanted to make up for last night's sleep. Because she was sure that someone was monitoring her computer, she planned to act at night from now on. Nighttime was the time when most people were the most sleepy. No matter how much preparation they made, they couldn't stay awake and stare at the unchanging images on the computer all the time. Gu Nianji slept soundly for the entire day and woke up at dinner time. She happily ate dinner with the bar owner and the bartender, then went to take a shower. After washing up, she returned to her room, turned on her laptop, and clicked on the small program she had made. The small program almost instantly took up 99% of the network bandwidth. At the same time, it froze the monitoring page and bypassed the blocked keywords. Gu Nianji didn't need to hide under the covers anymore. She swaggered back on the bed and began to browse the internet. This time, when she searched for Li Haiqing's case, many web pages with a lawyer he or He Zhichu appeared. Unlike yesterday, it was as if He Zhichu didn't exist in this world at all. Since the web pages with He Zhichu's name appeared, it meant that she had bypassed at least one key-blocked keyword. Gu Nianji simply searched He Zhichu on the internet. The first thing that popped up was an official account that He Zhichu had set up on Germany's largest social media platform. When she saw the profile picture of her own back on the account, and the account notes that said, "Waiting for you to come home," Gu Nianji bit her lower lip tightly. Her heart ached and felt bitter. This was the first update. There was still 3 updates today. Let's remind everyone of the recommendation votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the monthly vote will be 1,200 plus updates. The third update will be at 7 p.m. Come on, don't be careless and vote for the guaranteed monthly vote. P.S. When I say the update will be done. If everyone can't see it by the time it's time, you can refresh the directory multiple times, or exit the app to refresh again. Chapter 683. So Professor He had returned a long time ago and hadn't given up on searching for her. Gu Nianji looked closely at the photos of He Zhichu and realized he had really lost weight. His already frail body seemed even more slender, and there were dark circles under his eyes, symptoms of insomnia for a long time. Gu Nianji's eyes were red, but she bit her lower lip tightly to hold back the tears that were welling up in her eyes. She didn't let them fall. She continued to look at the news about He Zhichu and noticed a very obvious trend. From the time of her disappearance, He Zhichu's media exposure could be said to be very intense. Not only did he frequently appear in all major media outlets, but he also created a social media account specifically for his public exposure. Gu Nianji knew He Zhichu used to be a very low-key person. Not only did he keep a low profile, but he also seemed to want to hide himself. He had so much power in the United States and South America, but no one knew about it before. They all thought he was just a very outstanding legal talent. Later, she learned that He Jichu's background was very powerful, but he didn't want to show it. He preferred to live like a normal university professor in the crowd. Why did such a person suddenly become so uncharacteristically high profile? What was the reason? It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling touched and happy, and even a little scared. Her fingers tried several times to send He Jichu a private message, but she looked at the laptop in front of her and thought of the surveillance cameras. She resisted. The time wasn't right yet, so she couldn't alert him. If ALS was alerted, she didn't want to experience the Gestapo's methods again. Gu Nianji reluctantly closed He Jichu's social media page and searched for news about the Huaxia Empire. A lot of Chinese news appeared on the search engine. Gu Nianji hadn't seen Chinese words in a long time, so she enjoyed reading them. Then, in an inconspicuous corner, she saw this piece of news. Hu Xiaoheng, Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council and our nation's youngest Major General, recently led a delegation to Cuba. The accompanying photo was of Hu Xiaoheng standing on a private plane and waving to the welcoming crowd below. He was wearing a very slim and handsome Major General's uniform, and the wide belt around his waist made him look like a crane. Standing high up in the plane, it was as if the vast blue sky and white clouds had become his backdrop. Although he was wearing sunglasses and she couldn't see his eyes, Gu Nianji could tell from the slight smile on his face that he was in a good mood. Looking at Hu Xiaoheng's high-spirited photo, then looking at herself in the mirror with disheveled hair and dirty face, Gu Nianji felt depressed. This was his current mission, right? Looking at the time, he should have left the country 2 days ago, so the previous mission should have been completed, right? They had already completed one mission, and now it was time for another. Did he call her? At that moment, Gu Nianji regretted throwing her phone away. However, if Hu Xiaoheng had called her and found that her phone was out of service, would he not have guessed that something had happened to her? That was absolutely impossible. There was only one possibility, and that was that he hadn't called her. If he was still in the middle of a mission and didn't call her, she could understand. This was one of the costs of being with Hu Xiaoheng, and she was already prepared to accept it. But now that the previous mission had been completed, and even a new mission had begun, the two of them had been separated for a few months, and he still hadn't called her. She really couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, Gu Nianji didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng was actually still in the middle of a previous mission. His current visit was only to wrap up the previous mission. However, her heart ached even more, and the indescribable feeling made her feel like a fishbone was stuck in her throat, and she began to feel irritated. She stood up and paced around the small room, constantly telling herself to calm down. She had to calm down, and she had to calm down. Now that she was alone, no matter if she threw a tantrum or cried tears of grievance, no one would care. The only person she could rely on was herself. 09 Small Say Net, raising her head, she forcefully suppressed the tears in her eyes. Rationally, she thought that Hu Xiaoheng definitely didn't know that something had happened to her, so he could still act happy in front of the media. Of course, it was also possible that at his position, no matter what he was thinking, no one could tell from his face. He was a high-ranking Imperial Major General, and he worked in intelligence work like the Special Operations Forces. Showing his emotions on his face was his failure. However, Gu Nianji still had some doubts. If Hu Xiaoheng didn't know that something had happened to her, then why would the Special Operations Forces send people here? She still remembered the 2 Special Operations Forces members who had their throats slit. Gu Nianji didn't want to contact He Jichu for now because she was worried about alerting the enemy, because she had a bigger plan. She didn't want the 2 Special Operations Forces members who had come to save her to die in vain. Those 2 people had come to save her, right? Gu Nianji bit her lower lip and whispered in her heart, it must be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been killed. Glancing at Hu Xiaoheng's handsome face again, Gunyenji quietly closed the page and opened an open-source programming page on a hacker's website to continue writing the program. The original DOS was still too time-consuming to use, and Gunyenji didn't have that much time to waste on DOS. The initial program written in DOS needed to be perfected and optimized to achieve the effect she wanted. She wanted the group of people monitoring her to know that soon, they would feel the despair that she had once felt. Gunyenji endured the bitterness in her heart and stayed up all night to perfect and optimize her devourer. EXE as much as possible on the programming page on the hacker's website. Now that she opened the program, not only could she bypass the enemy's surveillance, but she could also completely disable the network control program that controlled the camera. Therefore, she didn't even need to find where the camera was. She only needed to make the camera lose contact with the enemy. Anyway, by the time she left, it would be too late for them to discover what had happened in this room. After writing the program, Gunyenji slept for the entire day and only woke up for dinner at night. The blonde lady boss was a bit worried about her health and asked, "Do you want to see a doctor? Why have you been sleeping so much lately?" Gunyenji smiled and said, "I have nothing to do, so of course I can only sleep. Time passes faster when I'm asleep, so it doesn't feel like I'm locked up." The bartender sitting across from her blushed. He coughed lightly and turned to the side to eat. The lady boss was calmer and smiled. "How can that be? You have complete freedom. Tell me, where do you want to go? I'll go with you." Gunyenji looked at her with a smile and shook her head. "No need, my injuries haven't healed yet. Actually, I heard that the body recovers faster when sleeping, so I decided to sleep more. That way, I can recover faster." "Oh. Yes, that's the reason. Sleeping is indeed the time when the body recovers itself." The blonde lady boss was visibly relieved and even served Gunyenji a bowl of clam soup. Gunyenji tasted it and found it familiar, so she put it down. You don't like it?" The lady boss raised her eyebrows. "It tastes pretty good. I like it, but I'm already full." Gunyenji patted her stomach. "My injuries haven't healed yet, and neither have my appetite." The lady boss quickly glanced at Gunyenji's left arm. It was still bandaged, and she was clumsy when holding things. She also looked unbalanced when walking. She hadn't forgotten the bloody mess on Gunyenji's left arm that day. What a pity. Such flawless skin had such a heavy scratch. She would probably need skin grafts to cover up the wound. "Alright, then you should rest early. I hope you can recover soon." The lady boss spoke very sincerely, without the slightest hint of hypocrisy. Gunyenji muttered to herself but didn't show anything strange on her face. Now wasn't the time for a showdown. After washing up again, Gunyenji returned to her small room and locked the door. She turned on her laptop and opened her small program. She instantly regained control of the network. Gunyenji began to browse the internet again and downloaded the instant messaging software. Although the computer had a password protection, it was a piece of cake for Gunyenji to crack the download password. Gunyenji didn't think about cracking the password on the first night she stayed there because it would be immoral. But when she learned that the lady boss was in cahoots with ALS and that the bar was just a setup, she didn't care anymore. "You guys are monitoring me anyway, so I'm just counterattacking." Gunyenji woke up in high spirits in the middle of the night. Her eyes sparkled as she sat in front of the laptop. "Gunyenji. Come on. Let's get started." She opened the program and saw that her devourer EXE was working normally. After a day of nibbling away, it had successfully entered the surveillance network. She first pulled up the surveillance footage and saw that Gunyenji had created a zombie desktop on their monitor. In order to make it look realistic, she even used macro to record a small desktop program and randomly clicked on some web pages and games. Gu Nianji had already deceived everyone and snuck in through the back door of their system. She was excited and nervous. Because she didn't enter a normal network. It was the internal network of the German Federal Intelligence Service, formerly known as the Gestapo. This was the second monthly pass of 1,200 plus updates. There was still 3 updates today. A reminder to everyone for recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Come on, don't be careless and vote for the guaranteed monthly pass. P.S. Thank you, sweetheart, for reading and rewarding 10,000 views. This person rewarded so many views. Could it be that if I read, I'll welcome my first leader? Alliance masters who read more would also add more chapters. Chapter 684. Gu Nianji's Devourer. EXE was like a little beast scouting the way as it carried her to the German Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system. She wandered around the internet and nervously searched for the information she was looking for. When she escaped that night, 4 Chinese men had died in the woods near the bar. Gu Nianji was certain that 2 of them were bad guys impersonating her, and the other 2 were real Xia Imperial Special Operations Forces members. She touched the diamond earrings on her ears and hesitated. In the end, she didn't take them off. They were her only connection to Huashao. She knew it was dangerous to wear them, but she didn't want to take them off. She wanted to enter Al's internet and find information on the 4 dead men. That morning, when the blonde bar owner told her about the tragedy in the woods, Gu Nianji thought the case would once again spread like wildfire in Germany. After all, even the bar owner knew about it, but after that, she didn't see any news online. It was as if what happened that night was a figment of her imagination. She finally understood that the bar owner knew so much not because the case was well known, but purely because she was in cahoots with ALS. She was probably also an intelligence agent from the German Federal Intelligence Agency. She probably told Gu Nianji to get some information from her. Unfortunately, she had no idea why the Xia Empire would send people, so she didn't have a chance to leak the information. Gu Nianji shrugged and continued to search the German Federal Intelligence Agency's internet. From the website structure, the German Federal Intelligence Agency's website was divided into 8 major systems. Bureau 1 was the main intelligence agent, and ALS was the director. Gu Nianji's hand paused and dug out an encrypted file from Bureau 1. The password was simple, because some idiot intelligence agent had created a TXT file and stored it with the encrypted file. The TXT file was called, there were all kinds of passwords for all kinds of encrypted files. So when Gu Nianji opened the file, she had the key to open all the encrypted files. Gu Nianji was stunned when she successfully opened the encrypted file. The file was actually a list of intelligence agents. It included the intelligence agents from the German Federal Intelligence Agency who were hidden in various countries. She also saw the list of people hidden in the Xia Empire. This was really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. Gu Nianji uploaded it to her cloud account without hesitation. Division 2 managed the signals. Division 3 did intelligence analysis. Division 4, however, added the most difficult password, and it wasn't in that stupid password file. Gu Nianji looked at the introduction outside and saw that Bureau 4 was the management of the Federal Intelligence Agency. They were all bureaucrats, so she couldn't be bothered to look at it. She didn't bother to crack the password, so she skipped over it. Division 5 was responsible for international counterterrorism, while Division 6 was responsible for technical support. The technician monitoring her now should be from Division 6. Gu Nianji's hands itched, so she drew a pig's head and saved it in Bureau 6's encrypted file. Bureau 7 was responsible for training intelligence personnel. Gu Nianji wasn't interested in the training measures, but she thought that Huashao and the others would be interested. She carefully selected a few documents and uploaded them to the cloud system. The last one was Bureau 8, which was responsible for counter-espionage activities. Gu Nianji perked up. Her instincts told her that all the information related to the deaths of the 4 Chinese men should be there. He clicked on it and looked through the folders one by one, flipping through the photos one by one. 3 hours later, when her eyes were almost blinded, she finally found the folder related to the deaths of the 4 Chinese men. She clicked on it. Not only were there various photos of the crime scene and the deceased from various angles, but there was also the analysis of the Federal Intelligence Agency's report. Gu Nianji skimmed through it and realized that ALS and the others had even discussed whether they should use the documents on the dead Chinese men to send a diplomatic note to the Xia Empire to question why they sent their intelligence agency personnel to Germany. That idea was rejected. The person didn't have a name and only had a code name, G, in the document. This G said that first, the documents were fake. If they pretended not to know and used the fake documents to question the Xia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it would only backfire and make them realize that Gu Nianji was in their hands. Gu Nianji trembled nervously when she suddenly saw her name in the top-secret documents. She almost couldn't hold the mouse steady. Her heart was pounding so hard that it was about to jump out of her throat. After finally calming down, Gu Nianji quickly downloaded the documents and immediately uploaded them to her cloud account. But at this moment, the network suddenly slowed down, and her upload stopped halfway. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Had someone discovered her? She looked at her watch and saw that 4 hours had passed. She had been too greedy. This was her first time invading the enemy's internet, but she had stayed for too long and left too many traces. She knew that her actions were very crude, and if Xiao Liangzi found out, he would definitely scold her to death. However, this opportunity was too rare. She didn't want to give up this chance to help Hu Xiao and the Special Operations Forces find out all the secrets of the German Federal Intelligence Agency. As time passed, Gu Nianji's fingers flew quickly as she continued to write and add programs. 10 minutes later, her upload was still in a static state, but the warning system in her program had already started. This meant that the enemy might have already discovered that there was a problem with the surveillance and that an outsider had entered the internet. What should she do? If she gave up this time, she might never have the chance to enter again. Also, if ALS and the others also had computer experts, it was possible that they would be able to find her, give up or continue. This was a fatal question. In the 1 minute that she debated with herself, Gu Nianji finally made a decision. She would do something big. She would let these arrogant white people know that even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered. It was fine if they didn't bite, but once they did, they would take advantage of their weakness and kill them. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and held onto the mouse to start the Devourer program's final system. After a while, she let go of the mouse and watched as the program she had written began to wreak havoc in the German Federal Intelligence Agency's internet. At that moment, in the central control room of the German Federal Intelligence Agency, the alarms kept ringing and resonated through the entire base as the sky brightened. Hurry! Hurry! There's an enemy invasion. Where? Where? The internet. You idiot. The internet has been breached. Activate the emergency system. Pursue the intruder. We must track the IP of the origin of the program. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more urgent, their best software engineer was still on the way, but it was already too late. If they didn't take the final measures, all of their secrets would be destroyed. This was a more serious loss than the highest commander of the German Federal Intelligence Agency being an enemy mole. Because it meant that all of the top-secret information the German Federal Intelligence Agency had from the Gestapo era could be exposed. The Germans in the central control room all looked at each other with pale faces. Everyone was trembling and trembling. They didn't know how to face this situation. ALS yelled, "It's too late. Don't track the IP anymore. Cut off the power. Cut off the power immediately." Just as the mainframe's power was cut off, Gunyenji's Devourer EXE was activated and unleashed its final attack. It transformed into tens of thousands of small programs, like white blood cells that devoured bacteria. It split up and became extremely fast. It devoured all the files in the Federal Intelligence Agency's internet like a locust, regardless of whether they were encrypted or not, whether they were system files or data files. It shrunk them all and transferred them to external mailboxes at lightning speed. There were so many of them, and they were so fast that they had already completed all the devouring programs while the power was being cut off. Finally, the self-destruction program was activated. When Reinitz was urgently called over by ALS and stood in front of the huge mainframe of the Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system, he only saw a bright circle of light appear on the screen. A cute pink little pig walked out of the circle of light, rolled twice toward them, and then turned around with its back facing them. It revealed a short tail on its chubby little butt and wagged it. Then the circle of light gradually shrank, and just like that, the pink and tender little pig disappeared into the circle of light. Boom! ALS punched the mainframe heavily, his eyes bulging. This is too much. Don't let me find out who did this. This was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. The next third watch should be a monthly vote of 1,500. The first watch tomorrow should be at 8 a.m., so don't refresh too early. Chapter 685. Chebsp, Gunyenji quietly spat out a word as she watched the pink piggy slowly disappear on her laptop. She gestured a gun with her hand and aimed at the screen. The last thing she did was send a private message to Hijichu's official social media account before the Federal Intelligence Agency's internet completely collapsed. There was only one German acronym, Gestapo. The acronym was the abbreviation for Gestapo. Gunyenji didn't write anything else, and she didn't write her name because she didn't know if there were any other blocked words. Once she touched the blocked words, she would miss her only chance. At the same time, almost all the hacker organizations in the world noticed the huge change on the German Federal Intelligence Agency's website. Pink Piggy. The German Federal Intelligence Agency's internet collapsed. Pink Piggy did it. Oh my God. This can't be any better. She's my idol. My goddess. Absolutely. How do you know it's her? It's not him. Are you stupid? Why would a man use a cute pink piggy? This is definitely a woman, and a very young and delicate one at that. Ha 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 ha. Lifetime series. Witness history. Conversations like these flooded the bullet screens of all the major hacker organizations on the blue planet. This kind of dreamlike attack and retreat like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves couldn't be any more cool. From then on, the international hacker world gained a newcomer with the codename Pink Piggy. Her achievement spread to all the major hacker organizations on the cerulean planet overnight. Even the network intelligence agencies of several major countries on the cerulean planet, as well as the hacker organizations, were deeply impressed by her achievements and secretly sent out orders to recruit her. Because she had single-handedly broken into the German Federal Intelligence Agency's internet and swept away all the resources and information, the damage to the German intelligence agency was incalculable. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was incalculable, but it was truly incalculable. The secrets that had been kept since the Gestapo era were no longer secrets from that night onwards. And the most excited were the Eastern European hackers. Because of historical reasons, Eastern European hackers hated the German Federal Intelligence Agency far more than other countries, and even more than other departments in Germany. They were also the most diligent hackers in attempting to break into the German Federal Intelligence Agency's network. But after so many years, they had never actually entered their intranet. But tonight, someone did it. Since then, this group of Eastern European hackers had become die-hard fans of the Pink Piggy. Many of them had even raised the banner of the Pink Piggy reserve team. Their symbol was the pink and tender piggy butt. =_= Gu Nianji was completely unaware of the commotion she had caused. This was because she did not know that the internet of the intelligence agencies of various countries was under attack at all times. The attacks came from hackers, officials, and civilians. Therefore, this wonderful Operation Devour that she directed was basically witnessed by many people. Although they had only seen the surface, they were all experts in the industry. They were very clear about the destructive changes that had occurred in the internal system. The reason Gu Nianji was able to single-handedly mess up the German Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system was because she was already in the Federal Intelligence Agency's intranet. Because the shielded local area network that the other party used to deceive and numb her in an attempt to extract information was actually an extension of the Federal Intelligence Agency's intranet, so it was very easy to go against the flow. Many things that were so powerful that they could not be defeated were defeated from the inside. This was also the easiest and most thorough way to defeat a person, a nation, or a country. Gu Nianji's actions invisibly matched this principle. When Gu Nianji started the Operation Devour, the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces also inevitably noticed it. And they were luckier than the intelligence agencies of other countries because they received an endless stream of blessings from Germany. Thousands of emails marked as top secret were delivered like snowflakes to the tens of thousands of email accounts owned by the Special Operations Forces. When they opened them, they saw that they were all in German. After a slight translation, everyone's expression was dreamy. This. Could the pink piggy be one of us? Who? Is it Lieutenant Colonel Zhao? Pfft. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao is on a visit to Cuba with the boss. How could it be him? Then who is it? No matter who it is, this person has made a great contribution to our country. Oh my, so many people. He practically wiped out the entire German Gestapo. This kind of great contribution can be said to be unprecedented and will never be replicated again. The personnel on duty in the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room looked at the endless stream of emails, and their expressions were like they were looking at rare treasures. However, rare treasures had a price, and this information was priceless. Unfortunately, it was the eve of the Huaxia Empire's Prime Minister election. Although the Special Operations Forces had never interfered with internal affairs, due to the special circumstances of this year's election, the two leading candidates, Bai Jianqing and Tan Dongbang, both requested the Special Operations Forces to intervene as observers of the election and monitor the electronic voting systems across the country. This was because they all agreed that only the Special Operations Forces would maintain a neutral attitude in the election and not be biased towards any side. It could also be said that both of them believed that they had connections in the Special Operations Forces, so if they were to be biased, they would only be biased towards their side. Therefore, with the authorization of General Ji and Speaker Long, the Special Operations Forces, under the leadership of the Deputy Chief, organized a group of highly skilled and loyal personnel to stay in the Central Control Room and monitor the electronic voting systems across the country. This was also the reason why Hu Xiaoheng couldn't return to the Empire for now. General Ji actually didn't want the Special Operations Forces to be involved in internal affairs, but the two candidates had come with a huge demand from the public, and he couldn't resist. In the end, the only thing he could think of was to keep Hu Xiaoheng out of it as much as possible. That way, regardless of the outcome, Hu Xiaoheng could continue to be the impartial Major General Chief of the Special Operations Forces. Before the results of the voting were out, none of these people were allowed to leave the building, nor were they allowed to have any contact with the outside world. Tonight, they were doing the final confirmation and maintenance before the election to lay a solid foundation for tomorrow's voting, but they didn't expect to encounter such a big drama. Other than the Special Operations Forces, the Huaxia Empire's secret task force also noticed the strange behavior of the German intelligence agency, but similarly, their focus was on the election that was to be held tomorrow, so they had no time to care about anything else. In the center of this storm, the German Federal Intelligence Agency's Central Control Room was eerily quiet. Reinitz's expression was calm as he casually patted Al's shoulder. Don't worry, let me take a look. He sat down in front of the central control system, and his slender fingers quickly entered a series of commands as he said, "This hacker is a woman. She can't be more than 25 years old, or even younger. She's a genius, but also a bit childish. If you have the chance to find her, hand her over to me. I can help you train the most powerful hacker." You think this person is a woman just because of the pink piggy? Al's expression was very gloomy, and he was about to go berserk at any moment. That's not all. Looking at her procedures and the way she does things, it's more like a woman's, Reinitz said calmly as he hit the enter key. Als kicked the table in frustration. Don't care if she's a man or a woman. Hurry up and find the whereabouts of those emails. I'm looking into it now. Als stood behind him and was dazzled by what he saw. He couldn't help but say, "Didn't you find the email addresses? Why are you still looking into it?" Reinitz's voice carried a strong sense of praise and admiration. The person who wrote this program is really a genius. She can turn parts into parts and parts into parts, and it works smoothly. She also considered extreme environments and only exploded at the last moment, sweeping away all the documents. She's really too creative and too capable. Als glared at him with a sour expression. You're speaking up for our enemy. Do you know that you're very dangerous? Reinitz glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. His dark blue eyes glanced at him, and it was as if there was an endless amount of pressure. Als kept quiet and stood to the side with a fierce expression as he watched Reinitz continue to investigate. After an hour, Reinitz shook his head with difficulty and sighed. I've never seen such a smart programmer. The person who wrote this program is really a genius. Definitely a genius. As he spoke, he turned his chair and looked at Als. Als, if you can find out who she is, you must recruit her. With her help, you'll definitely be able to win by a surprise move. Better than you. Als suddenly threw out this sentence. He was very unhappy that Reinitz was diminishing his own ambition and boosting his opponent's prestige. Her skills might not be as good as mine. She's a newbie hacker, but her talent is really too high. However, his talent is just too high. Given time, he will be able to surpass me easily. Reinitz shook his head with a smile and said again, Don't doubt me. If you find her, hand her over to me. I'll train you into the best hacker expert. The enemy was too strong, so strong that Reinitz's love for talent was aroused. Als sneered. When I find her, the first thing I'll do is skin her alive. She dared to mess with our system like this. That's enough for a life sentence. Reinitz coughed. Are you sure? Even if she's a woman, I'll skin her alive. Als glared at him. Seeing that Reinitz had stopped, Als asked again. Found her? Reinitz shook his head. Nope. Then why aren't you continuing? Al's eyes were red with impatience. All the materials in the system have been transferred. Why aren't you pursuing her? How am I supposed to pursue her? Reinitz couldn't stop praising the little program. Genius. She really is a genius. I didn't expect this person to use the wheat and chessboard theory on her email transfer program. Just this alone has already surpassed all the software engineers in this world. Als was speechless. This is the first update. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. The second update at 7 p.m. We've reached 1,500 votes for the third update. Mwah. Chapter 686. You don't understand, right? Reinitz smiled as he looked at Al's confused expression. Let me first tell you what the chessboard wheat theory is. It's a fable from ancient India. The king wanted to reward his minister and asked him what reward he wanted. The minister pointed at the 64 squares of the Go board and said, "You only need to reward me with a grain of wheat. For example, give me 1 grain of wheat on the first square, 2 grains on the second square, 4 grains on the third square, and 8 grains on the fourth square. Each time, double the amount of the previous square." ALS was confused. What does that have to do with anything? And it's not that much. Each time, it's only double the amount of the previous one. Not that much. Do you know how many grains there are in total if we calculate it by doubling the amount of the 64 squares? It's a total of 184467440737095511615 grains. Reinitz looked at the screen expressionlessly and said calmly, 100 years ago, the entire world needed 500 years to produce that many grains. ALS frowned. But what does this have to do with the forwarding of the email? The program's email forwarding is based on the chessboard wheat theory. Each time it's forwarded, it's double the amount of the previous one. Plus, it's randomly selected mailboxes. It's only used for forwarding, and it's not stored in the forwarded mailbox. The goal is to prevent people from tracing the email's whereabouts. So how do you find it? If we convert the number of grains into the number of times it's forwarded, then in the past hour, it's been forwarded a total of 184467440737095511615 times. If we convert it to time, if we calculate each time by 1/10 of a second, that's 58 billion years. ALS, are you sure you want to continue this investigation for so long? ALS almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is so crafty? Who created this D***ned program? I'm going to skin her alive. I swear I'm going to skin her alive. Don't tell me there's nothing we can do. Reinitz looked at the results of his investigation, and his eyebrows slowly furrowed. The program's forwarding numbers were simply geometrical as it traversed the network. The other party was very cunning. Every mailbox that received mail was also a mailbox that forwarded mail. Just like that, they forwarded mail one by one. In the end, it felt like they had returned to the starting point. Of course, this was an illusion. Reinitz knew that the documents must have gone somewhere, but he couldn't find out where it was even with his abilities. If he used the extreme method, there might be a chance. However, even the most powerful supercomputer in the world would need tens of billions of years to calculate such an astronomical amount of calculation. Can you afford to wait? Moreover, electronic information spread too quickly. If they couldn't find and destroy it immediately, leaks would be inevitable. Reinitz sighed and shook his head. A large-scale leak is inevitable. The only thing we can do now is to activate emergency measures. ALS was stunned. Emergency measures. Yes, all intelligence personnel should change their keys and stop all activities. All personnel abroad should return immediately. No matter what they are doing, stop immediately. Reinitz paused and said, also, the system here is backed up every day. Get me the most recent backup. The other party had deliberately planned to do something big, so they must have started scouting a few days ago. If we want to find traces, we can only go to the system backups from a few days ago. You make the decision. I'll listen to you. ALS waved his hand, his face pale. Reinitz sat alone in the central control room and pulled up the last backup before today's accident. The system would be backed up twice a day, at 12 noon and midnight. There would be overall backups at different times and different locations. Reinitz had his own tracing program in the system. After pulling out the backup, he started his own tracing program. Like killing a virus, he began scanning the system before the incident. This program could detect unstable factors that invaded the system. It didn't necessarily have to be a Trojan horse. As long as it didn't match the system key, it would be marked as an accidental program. It would take at least 24 hours to completely scan the entire system. Reinitz wasn't in a hurry. He crossed his arms as he sat in the central control room. He was very confident. He would definitely find this person. It was finally over. Gu Nianji looked out the window and saw that the sky was already bright. The original desktop appeared on the laptop screen. All traces of her previous input had been erased by the Devourer program. The laptop was now in the same state as before she used DOS to avoid the blocked words. Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to wash her face and took the laptop out to look for the bar owner. "Look, why can't I go online?" The bar owner seemed to have a lot on her mind. She looked at the computer absent-mindedly and said, "It's probably because the circuit here is broken. I can't do anything about it." "I see." Gu Nianji looked disappointed. "Okay, then I'll go watch a movie." The bartender couldn't stand Gu Nianji's depressed look. He quickly took out his phone and gave it to her. "I have data here. Go play with it." "Thank you." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She shook the bartender's arm in surprise. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The bartender's ears quietly turned red. The bar owner suddenly turned her head and shouted at the bartender, "What are you thinking? Are you very rich? You even borrowed money from me yesterday to pay your phone bill. Where did you get the data?" Gu Nianji was speechless. The bartender was shocked. He instinctively tightened his grip on the phone and looked at Gu Nianji helplessly. Gu Nianji withdrew her hand and said sheepishly, "It's okay, it's okay. I'll go back to sleep." She took the laptop back to her room and locked the door. She stretched and went to bed. She hadn't slept the night before and was almost dead tired. She immediately fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. He Jichu opened his social media account every day as usual to check the private messages. His fingers quickly swiped across them. He frowned slightly and was a bit impatient. There were too many infatuated private messages. If it weren't for Nianji, he wouldn't have bothered to read their confessions. He was afraid that he would miss Nianji's private messages because of his impatience. Therefore, even though the veins on his forehead were popping, he didn't say a word and finished reading them all. With how popular his account was, he received thousands of private messages every day. It took him a few hours to read them one by one. He had been in Berlin for 2 days and had already sent many people to search everywhere, but there was still no news. That day, the first thing he did when he woke up was to take out his phone to check the private messages on his social media account. As he browsed through them one by one, his fingers suddenly paused. He Jichu sat up in bed. His sleeping robe was half covered, revealing his exquisite collarbones and well-defined chest. However, his eyes were only fixed on his phone. There was a private message. There was another private message with only one word on it, Gestapo. He Jichu was very proficient in German. He only needed one glance to recognize that it was the German abbreviation for Gestapo. The fog that had been shrouding him suddenly dissipated. The thing that had been making him feel uneasy for the past few days had finally been confirmed. He had already begun to suspect that Gu Nianji's disappearance had something to do with the German government. With the intensity of his search, he would have found her long ago if the government hadn't intentionally hidden it. He had already planned to use other methods to directly pressure the German government if he still couldn't find Nianji one day. This private message from an unknown source confirmed He Jichu's suspicions. Only the Gestapo would be able to wipe away all traces of Gu Nianji's disappearance. Normal gangs wouldn't be able to do it. The Gestapo. If they didn't hand over Nianji, he would completely change the German Federal Intelligence Agency. Getting up from the bed, He Jichu put on his Bluetooth headset and washed up while assigning tasks to his subordinates. Go and find out which strongholds the German Federal Intelligence Agency have in Berlin and want all of their locations. Also, find out if anything special has happened recently. He Jichu's subordinates were very efficient. By noon, they quickly returned with a lot of information. Mr. He, the Federal Intelligence Agency has a headquarters in Berlin and a few branch offices. Also, there should be various disguise locations. It's not easy to find them for now, so please give us some time. He Jichu frowned unhappily. Do you think I would let you investigate if I had time? His subordinates didn't want to argue with their master, so they could only change the topic. But yesterday, I heard that the Federal Intelligence Agency suffered a huge setback and is currently in a state of paralysis. Everyone is pretending to be dead and won't speak properly no matter what I ask. Oh. He Jichu was a bit interested and leaned forward to ask, what setback? Their internal network was breached last night, and I heard they suffered heavy losses. He Jichu was speechless. I also heard that the hacker is very powerful. Her codename is Pink Piggy. He Jichu. What do you mean? Why is she called Pink Piggy? He Jichu's heart was beating uncontrollably, and his head was starting to hurt again. I heard the international hacker community is saying that this Pink Piggy is a young girl and a genius programmer. He Jichu's subordinates also yearned for this Pink Piggy, and their faces were full of dreamy expressions as they spoke. He Jichu looked at him with disdain and said coldly, wipe that covetous look off your face. Is she someone you can covet? Mr. He, I just admire this kind of person. There's no need to use such a serious word as covet. The subordinate was more familiar with He Jichu, so he smiled cheekily and defended himself. He Jichu snorted and gently stroked his delicate jaw with one hand. He looked down at the private message on his phone, Gestapo, and said slowly, send a letter to the Federal Intelligence Agency. Just say that a friend of mine is a guest there, and it's time to send her back. This was the second watch. Today's second watch had already ended. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to the Guanghan Palace Mistress A and Lin Chozi for tipping 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for tipping more than 7,000 Qidian coins. There were also many people who tipped hundreds and thousands of Qidian coins. Thank you all for your love. Mwah. Chapter 687. He Jichu knew very well that the German Federal Intelligence Service was currently in a state of chaos. He didn't dare to be too optimistic about when their boss would see the letter and respond. So after sending the letter, he didn't just sit around and wait for the other party's reply because he couldn't wait any longer. He Jichu began to actively search for partners among the upper echelons of German politics. As long as they could help him get the person from the Federal Intelligence Agency, he would agree to any conditions and help with anything. At that moment, the Federal Intelligence Agency was truly in chaos. The mail system was also in a state of complete standstill. Whether it was email, instant messaging, traditional letters, or express delivery, everything was frozen. ALS led Bureau 1's intelligence personnel and the German military police to control the security of the entire headquarters. Fully armed soldiers and plainclothed agents surrounded the headquarters of the Federal Intelligence Agency. No one was allowed to enter, and no one was allowed to leave. Reinhard sat quietly in the central control room for an entire day and night. He basically didn't sleep for 24 hours as he watched his tracing program scan the entire backup system files. As he expected, the system's abnormality began the day before and the night before. Reinitz began to look through the abnormal files that the program found and eliminated them. He knew very well that the Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system was divided into a local area network and a perimeter network. The perimeter network and the local area network were completely separated, so it was impossible to break into the local area network from the perimeter network unless there was a traitor who directly built a channel between the perimeter network and the local area network. And the abnormal system files showed that this time their system was hacked, not by a hacker from the perimeter network, but from within the local area network. Could there be a traitor? But if there really was a traitor, with such amazing programming skills, such bold imagination, and such genius algorithms, how could they be unknown? And to be a traitor for someone else? This didn't make sense. Reinitz calmly clicked the mouse and read the files line by line. Finally, when it was almost 5 in the afternoon, Reinitz found traces of the other party's login in the system that hadn't been erased in time. He continued to follow the clues and finally found the model of the other party's computer. Reinitz suddenly froze. He saw the serial number on the computer. It was the bureau's computer. He then checked the owner of the computer. It was Tina, the owner of the bar that Gu Nianji was at. Reinitz immediately understood who this pink piggy was. Although Tina was the owner of the computer, she had been letting Gu Nianji use it for the past few days. Of course, there was a tacit understanding of why. I really didn't expect this. This is too unexpected, really too unexpected. They had never known that Gu Nianji was a computer expert. He really hit it well. Who would have thought that an amazing 18-year-old genius law student was also a computer expert? Hua Xiaoheng from the Huaxia Empire had surprised them again and again. This time, he had caused them to stumble again. Wasn't his luck a little too good? Reinitz silently read through all the problematic system files and closed the page expressionlessly. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows. No matter how strong his body was, he couldn't stand staying in front of the computer for a whole 36 hours. Walking out of the central control room, Reinitz let out a long sigh. He looked very tired. With one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a cigarette, he lowered his head and walked out of the building listlessly. Standing in the open space in front of the building, he lit the cigarette and took a deep puff. The facts were now very clear. Gu Nianji had hacked into their system and taken all the files. She must have sent them back to the Huaxia Empire, right? Reinitz took out his phone and scrolled through the news from the Huaxia Empire. He remembered very clearly that the Huaxia Empire was voting on this day and night for the general election. Because one of the popular candidates, Bai Jianqing, was particularly concerned about the murder of Li Haiqing, a female exchange student in Germany. Therefore, there was a certain amount of attention in Germany. And because it was the weekend, many Germans were at home watching TV, waiting for the results of the Huaxia Empire's general election to be announced. It could be said that the Huaxia Empire's prime minister election was the most intense in decades. Because in previous elections, there was always one candidate who had an absolute lead in the polls early on. This time, however, both candidates' poll rating simply rose in a spiral, and no one had an absolute lead. Reinitz looked at his phone. It was past 5 in the afternoon in Berlin, Germany. It was just past midnight in the Huaxia Empire, which meant that the voting deadline had just passed. They should start counting the votes now. No one knew who would emerge victorious until the very last moment. Fortunately, the Huaxia Empire was in a tense time for the general election, so Reinitz predicted that they wouldn't immediately pay attention to the information Gu Nianji brought back. Or rather, they wouldn't immediately start working on it. But wanting them to spit out the information they had obtained. How was that possible in the electronic age? At that moment, the Huaxia Empire's general election was being counted in the eyes of the world. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng, who was in Cuba, received a call from General Ji. He explained to him why he had to stay abroad. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. I understand. Don't worry. General Ji was also very emotional. It's finally over. The entire nation has been struggling for so long, and it's finally going to stop. He then said, I'll give you a new mission now. Hua Xiaoheng quickly stood up. Please give me your instructions, Chief. The results of the general election are actually out. General Ji paused. Tan Dongbang won. Now the military wants you to go to the United States immediately and use the military's special plane to bring Tan Guiren back. You have to be quick. You have to get on the plane with her and fly out of the United States before the results are announced to the world. Hua Xiaoheng nodded helplessly. Yes, Chief. He wouldn't complain to General Ji. Although he didn't approve of the Tan's actions, he wouldn't have any other thoughts other than remaining silent and neutral from his standpoint. Okay, Xiaoheng. You know I've always had high hopes for you. I hope you won't disappoint me again. General Ji hung up after saying that. Hua Xiaoheng's heart froze. He sensed that General Ji seemed to be a bit unhappy with him, but he didn't ask further. He was going back anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to talk to General Ji later. After General Ji hung up, Hua Xiaoheng looked down at his phone. His finger rubbed over Gu Nianji's name for a while, but he finally resisted the urge to call her. He wasn't an 18 or 19-year-old kid anymore. No matter how much he missed her, he wouldn't show it. He had gone on missions in the past, and the longest he had been gone for was 6 months. However, he had never missed her as much as he did now, even though they had only been apart for 3 months, 20 days, 18 hours, 32 minutes, and 24 seconds. He hadn't contacted her in the past few months and had only sent her a birthday present once. Would she be angry? In Hua Xiaoheng's impression, Gu Nianji had never been truly angry with him. Acting coquettishly doesn't count. Because of his work and the habits he had developed over the years, he sometimes neglected her. She would only silently be sad for a while before smiling at him again and making up. He truly felt sorry for this girl who was so obedient and sensible that it made his heart palpitate. So this time, he wanted to give her some compensation and a surprise. For this surprise, all the waiting was worth it. The first thing he wanted to do after returning to the United States was to immediately take Gu Nianji to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. He had prepared all the materials and couldn't wait a moment longer. He could even imagine Gu Nianji's cute little face. When she heard that he was going to take her to register for marriage, her already large eyes would widen even more. Her round, dark, and clear eyes were like that of a newborn animal. She was filled with curiosity towards this world and him. It was a pair of eyes that he couldn't resist. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up slightly. He turned to Zhao Liangze and ordered, "Inform the American embassy that we are going to the United States. Ask them to complete the paperwork for us. The plane will take off in 10 minutes. At that moment, Reinitz was standing under a tree in front of the Central Control Building. He had just finished smoking a cigarette. He threw the cigarette butt away and went straight to the direction of the bar Gu Nianji was at. On the way, his phone rang. Reinitz used his Bluetooth headset to answer the call. "Reinitz, I heard that you found the pink piggy." Al's voice was anxious, happy, and had a hint of cruel excitement in it. Reinitz instinctively denied it. "No, but I found a lead." "Oh. I thought you found it." ALS was immediately disappointed. "What lead? Do you need my help?" "Not at the moment. I'll go confirm it first." Reinitz turned off his headset and continued to drive. It was already 6:00 in the evening when he arrived at the entrance of the bar. "Reinitz. You're here." The blonde lady owner, Tina, walked up anxiously. "How is it? Is the situation better over there?" "Who did it?" "They're too arrogant." The corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched. He wanted to smile, but he couldn't. He didn't stand on ceremony with Tina and asked directly, "Where's Sirius?" "You mean Gu Nianji? She's still in that little room." A trace of disdain flashed across Tina's eyes. "She only knows how to sleep every day." I don't know why she's so sleepy. What a pig. Reinitz's mind flashed with the image of a pink and tender little pig, and he couldn't help but laugh. Tina was shocked. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Reinitz clenched his fists and coughed quietly against his lips. I can't even laugh. Do I have to cry? He brushed past the lady owner and went to find Gunyenji. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. Thank you to everyone for your monthly votes yesterday. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. The second night watch was 1,500, and the third night watch was at 1 p.m. Thank you to Chidian's _sing for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Buckle Readings, whose heart is sweet, for tipping 10,000 buckle coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 688. When Reinitz arrived at the bar, Gunyenji had just woken up and didn't want to get up yet. She hugged the blankets and rolled around on the bed, calculating how long it would take for Professor He to see her private message and think of a way to avenge her. She believed that with He Jichu's status and ability, he would be more suitable to deal with the German government than Brother Xiong and Huashao. Gunyenji didn't want to cause a diplomatic dispute between Germany and the Xia Empire because of her, so it was best for He Jichu, an unknown foreigner, to help her. Deep in her heart, she felt that she might not leave alive this time. After all, she had turned the German Federal Intelligence Service upside down. Would those people who respected the Gestapo as their seniors let her go? Even if she thought about it, they wouldn't. Also, she had too little time to prepare. In the end, in order to maximize the benefits, she fought with her life on the line and didn't use the last precious time to erase her login traces. Instead, she chose to devour all the emails. The ingenious use of the chessboard and wheat theory allowed her to forward 64 emails within the last few seconds of the power outage. That way, the other party wouldn't be able to trace all the emails even after billions of years. Because tracking the emails needed to be done one by one, time was linear. However, she could forward emails to multiple emails at the same time, and time was shared. The two were fundamentally different. Even if they found out one day that the Xia Empire had the documents, it would only be their guess because they would never have any physical evidence to prove it. Wasn't this how the espionage activities between countries played out? Gunyenji closed her eyes and laid on the bed, trying her best not to think about the consequences of being discovered. She used the fantasy that she would go back, that she would definitely go back, to numb herself. In her mind, she envisioned being picked up by He Jichu, returning to the Xia Empire with him, and enjoying the beautiful future with Ma Chichi. After bypassing the censored terms, she had already seen the results of Li Haiqing's case online. Because of Seth's sudden death, Li Haiqing's case had been closed. The other woman in the same case, Nina, was sentenced to 50 years without bail for assisting in murder and rape. Under Professor He's strong pressure, the German court had already appointed another judge to try the civil case. The Roslaw regional government and police, as well as Seth's mother, Ramona, faced a sky-high compensation of 1 billion euros. Of course, the other party was dissatisfied and was appealing. What happened next was none of Gunyenji's concern. She was confident that Professor He would handle the case properly. Also, Major General Hua, who was in Cuba, hadn't called her for so long. Humph. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. This time, he would know how angry she was because no matter how he coaxed her, she couldn't hear or see him. If he came back and knew he would never see her again, would he be angry or sad? Unfortunately, she wouldn't have the chance to know, right? Gunyenji, who was lost in her reverie, was almost moved to tears by herself. Suddenly, there were a few knocks on the door. All the atmosphere was gone. How annoying. Gunyenji pouted unhappily and closed her eyes to continue playing dead. She refused to respond. Reinitz knocked on the door for a while and saw that there was no one inside. Feeling anxious, he took out a special key and put it in the keyhole. With a click, he opened the door. Gu Nianji, damn it. She had locked the door from the inside. How did this person unlock the door? The trust between people was gone, wasn't it? Gu Nianji turned her head angrily and was about to accuse the lady boss of publicly violating her privacy when the person who appeared in front of her wasn't the blonde lady boss. Instead, it was Reinitz's religiously handsome face looking down at her from above. His face had the familiar look of hopelessness, as if all the joy in the world had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji's heart sank, and her palms instantly sweated. Oh no, why is it Reinitz? He came too fast, as expected of the Terminator of sweet dreams. Gu Nianji immediately remembered what Reinitz had said to her before. She remembered that he had said he was a relatively successful software engineer and had set up a small company that was later acquired. Now that she thought about it, those were probably Reinitz's words of humility. His software programming ability couldn't be as simple as being relatively successful. Reinitz, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly appeared. There could only be one reason. Gu Nianji wasn't narcissistic enough to think that it was her Mary Sue shining brightly and winning over all the outstanding men. Reinitz coming here to see her was probably because she had been exposed. Damn! She had really been exposed too quickly. Gu Nianji wiped the sweat from her palms on the bed sheets and said calmly, Reinitz, can you go out for a bit? I need to get up and change my clothes, wash my face, and brush my teeth. Reinitz didn't move and just stood in front of her bed with his arms crossed. His blue eyes stared at her without blinking, as if he wanted to see her true inner world through her calm expression. Gu Nianji felt very uncomfortable under his stare and braced herself to say again, Reinitz, please go out for a bit. I need to get up and change my clothes. Reinitz finally agreed but didn't turn around to leave. Instead, he turned around and sat on a single sofa against the wall across from her bed. He crossed his legs and lit a cigarette in his hand as he said calmly. Change. Gu Nianji was speechless. How shameless. With a sullen expression, she wrapped herself in a thin blanket and got up from the bed. She took the clothes by the bed and went to the bathroom. She purposely dawdled in the bathroom for a long time and waited for her emotions to calm down before opening the bathroom door to ask, Tell me, what do you want to do with me? Reinitz looked at her with confusion and finally said. When did you find out? He was asking her when she found out that the bar owner and the bartender were Al's people. Gu Nianji laughed lightly and said, Do you want to know? Actually, I found out there was something wrong with you first, and then I naturally found out there was something wrong with the bar owner and the bartender. This answer surprised Reinitz once again. He narrowed his blue eyes and stared at Gu Nianji's beautiful face. Although she was a bit haggard, there was a more delicate beauty to her. He couldn't take his eyes off her even more than when he first saw her. There's something wrong with me. What's wrong with me? Reinitz asked calmly as he gently covered his left wrist with his right hand. Only he knew how fast his pulse was beating. It's very simple. Gu Nianji tilted her head and said, In the beginning, you wanted to dispel my suspicions and let me eat my food first. That was when they were in Mother Hannah's cabin. Reinitz froze. That early. But she didn't show it at all. Even he was fooled by her. This kind of habit isn't a normal person's habit. It can't be described as considerate. This is clearly a habit of field agents, Gu Nianji said calmly and gestured with her hand. Gu Nianji said calmly and gestured with her hands. Someone who knows about this habit and uses it to help dispel other people's suspicions can only be a secret agent. What about you? How did you know? Are you also a special agent? Reinitz calmed down and began to ask Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji shrugged and said nonchalantly, I want to be a special agent, but they won't accept me. But I don't believe you don't know my identity and who I grew up with. It was no secret that the Special Operations Forces even had a spy. Reinitz looked at her silently and said dryly. That's all. That's too careless. Of course it's more than that. Gu Nianji counted on her fingers. Also, you say you're a software engineer, but your marksmanship was too good that night when you led me on the run. I've seen too many people with good marksmanship in this world, but among so many sharpshooters, only one person's marksmanship is better than yours. How could someone like that be just a nameless software engineer? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Reinitz stared at Gu Nianji, his blue eyes gradually becoming obsessed. After a while, he slowly nodded. I see. It looks like you planned this from the start. Same here. Gu Nianji smiled fakely. Didn't you guys also plan this? Tell me, how long did you guys set this line up? How many big fish did you catch? Seeing Gu Nianji still refuse to admit defeat at this point and not even take a verbal loss, Reinitz suddenly became deeply jealous of Xiaoheng. Why was he able to obtain this genius girl's unswerving care and support? Why? This is the second monthly vote of 1,500 plus updates. It's the third update today, so thank you all for your monthly votes yesterday. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 689. The corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched. He stood up with both hands in his trouser pockets, and his nonchalant words struck Gu Nianji so hard that she couldn't even breathe. I cast the long line, but I didn't catch the big fish. Reinitz took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Gu Nianji. He leaned over slightly and whispered in her ear, Look, the person you've always wanted to protect still hasn't come to save you. It's such a shame. With that, Reinitz turned around and walked out of Gu Nianji's small room. Hearing the sound of the door lock, Gu Nianji knew that she was really under house arrest this time. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality and stopped role-playing, so she naturally didn't have the treatment of the female lead. From now on, she should be an obedient prisoner, right? Gu Nianji curled up from the bed and hugged her knees as she sat on the edge of the bed. She silently stared at the snow-white wall in front of her, lost in thought. Reinitz locked Gu Nianji's room and handed the key to Tina. Keep an eye on her. There's a lot of things we haven't asked yet. Don't let her escape. Tina held the key and said in surprise, What's going on? Does it have something to do with her? Other than Reinitz, no one thought that Gu Nianji was the pink piggy who had turned their world upside down. After all, she was only an 18-year-old girl with outstanding qualifications in the law. How could she know how to use a computer? There were many types of top students. At most, they thought it had something to do with her. She's an important clue, but she didn't say anything. Reinitz was vague. Reinitz spoke vaguely. He was also very conflicted. He had always been very decisive, but this was the first time he had shown indecisiveness. Tino looked in the direction Reinitz had left with a complicated expression and couldn't help but call out, Reinitz, do you know what you're doing? Reinitz's footsteps paused and stopped, but he didn't turn around. He raised his head and looked at the dark night sky. He didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. He got in the car and started it. The headlights were so bright that Tina instinctively covered her eyes with her arm. The engine of Reinitz's sports car roared, and he quickly disappeared into the alley in front of the bar like an arrow. The bartender was also an agent from the Federal Intelligence Service. He looked worriedly in the direction Reinitz had disappeared, then looked at the door lock on Gu Nianji's side. He asked quietly, What happened? Are you really going to lock her up? Don't worry about it. Go home, I'll watch over here today. The lady boss, Tina, waved her hand and let the bartender go home. Only the owner, Tina, and Gunyenji were left at the bar. Because she knew that Gunyenji was related to the hacker, Pink Piggy, Tina now hated Gunyenji to the core and wouldn't even let her have dinner. Gunyenji hadn't been hungry at all because she'd been in high spirits during her fight with Reinitz. She was so sleepy that she went straight to bed. When it was past midnight, she suddenly heard the screech of brakes outside the door. Gunyenji was woken up by the noise. She rubbed her eyes and wondered if Reinitz had returned to interrogate her again. In the end, she was wrong. The person who came was ALS. He chased after her with a murderous look on his face. Tina yawned and opened the door to the bar to let ALS in. She muttered, "It's so late. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" "Reincarnate? I'm in a hurry to get an abortion." ALS glared at her. "Is Gunyenji still here?" "I'm taking her away." Tina was even more shocked. "What's wrong?" "Reinitz came in the evening and locked her in the room. Now you're saying you're taking her away. Why don't you two fight it out? Whoever wins gets to keep it." ALS snorted. "Reinitz is obsessed with women. Don't worry about him." He had just found out that Gunyenji was the person related to the Pink Piggy hacker case. He was furious. He angrily rushed to the door of Gunyenji's room and kicked it. His leg was almost crippled, but the custom-made metal door didn't budge. ALS. He angrily pulled out his gun and was about to shoot at the door lock. Tina quickly stopped him. "Don't shoot. I have the key here." She didn't think twice before handing over the key that Reinitz had given her. Anyway, when Reinitz left, he didn't say she wasn't allowed to give the key to others. ALS took the key and opened the door with a sullen expression. He kicked it again. This time, the door was kicked open. Gunyenji, who had just woken up, quickly wrapped her blanket around herself. She looked up at ALS like he was crazy. ALS was so angry that he wanted to kick her. He was wearing leather boots, and the hard soles were enough to make Gunyenji suffer from cerebral palsy even if she didn't die. Tina was shocked and quickly hugged ALS from behind. She said, "ALS, calm down. Reinitz said she's an important clue. If you beat her up, wouldn't you be disconnected? If something happened to Gunyenji, how would they be able to track the whereabouts of those emails?" ALS had been holding in his anger for 2 days and 1 night. If he didn't vent, he would go crazy. "Let go. I won't hit her. But she must go with me." ALS stomped his feet in anger. He was so strong that Tina almost couldn't hold him anymore. Tina regretted giving ALS the key if she knew this would happen. If she really took Gunyenji away, Reinitz would definitely blame her. "ALS, don't make things difficult for me." Tina became serious. "Think carefully about what Reinitz said." ALS waved his arms and made hissing sounds like a wild beast. Gunyenji's mouth twitched as she watched. How come she didn't realize that ALS was a manic psychopath before? If this kind of person became the head of the Secret Service, the Federal Intelligence Agency would have no future. No wonder a small fry like her could wipe them out. Gunyenji couldn't help but feel proud, but she was still quite scared when she saw ALS go crazy. It was fine to be looked down upon by a crazy person, but it really hurt to be hit by a crazy person. Gunyenji shrunk back into the blanket. After ALS screamed wildly, the depression in his heart finally eased a little. He panted and glared at Gunyenji. The gun in his hand was pointed at her head unknowingly as he gritted his teeth. "Speak. Who the hell did it?" Gunyenji still had a timid and scared expression on her face, but she was very curious. Why didn't Reinitz tell these two that she, Gunyenji, did it? Tina also said that Reinitz only said she was an important clue. Now ALS came to interrogate her about who did it. So Reinitz didn't tell them the truth. Since Reinitz didn't say anything, Gunyanji wouldn't be stupid enough to volunteer that she did it. Although she felt that she couldn't escape death, because of Reinitz, she had a glimmer of hope to live. After all, he hadn't sold her out yet, so she wouldn't expose herself. Gunyanji stubbornly turned her head away. Suddenly, all kinds of revolutionary martyrs appeared on her body. She looked like she was saying, "I won't say it, I won't say it, I won't say it even if you beat me to death." ALS became even angrier and suddenly approached Gunyanji. He grabbed her hair and pulled her out of the blanket. Gunyanji slept in the long-sleeved pajamas that Tina gave her. She wasn't afraid of being exposed, but her scalp hurt from being pulled. She quickly tried to pry Al's hand away and said angrily, "Let go. What kind of man are you if you hit a woman? Why would I be talking about morality with a traitorous spy like you?" ALS laughed sinisterly and slapped Gunyanji. The corner of her mouth began to bleed, and half of her face instantly swelled up again. Gunyanji gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. She didn't want to give ALS the pleasure of torturing her. ALS slapped her, but seeing that she didn't even make a sound, he was even more annoyed. He dragged her out of the small room by her hair and into the bar lobby. Of course, there was no one else there. Only Tina was sitting at the bar in her nightgown mixing drinks. She didn't even look at them. ALS took out his handcuffs and cuffed Gunyanji's right hand to a small carved iron railing in the bar lobby. He continued to interrogate her. "If you know what's good for you, then tell me now who the pink piggy is and where she is. Otherwise, I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead." Gunyanji's heart sank. She was afraid of pain and being tortured, but what she was even more afraid of was that he didn't torture her to death and instead discovered the secret to her rapid recovery. To her, that would be a more terrifying torture than death. If that was really the case, she might as well provoke ALS and shoot her to death. The sooner she died, the sooner she could be reincarnated. That way, she wouldn't have to suffer in bits and pieces. Gunyanji laughed coldly and said, "I'll point out whoever you want me to point out and frame whoever you want me to frame. You're the boss anyway, so you can drag whoever you want into this mess. I'm afraid of pain and I'm afraid that you'll hit me. Tell me, who do you want to make the scapegoat? This lady boss? The bartender or Reinitz? You still dare to sow discord?" ALS was so mad at Gunyanji that he wanted to stomp his feet. "See if I don't kill you." He had never seen someone who could still argue with him when he was angry. She must be tired of living. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. Reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 690. Tina was also shocked by Gunyanji's words. Not only was she shocked, but she was also a bit flustered. She was no longer as relaxed as when she was mixing drinks at the bar. She walked over with a glass of red wine. With a flick of her wrist, she splashed the entire glass on Gunyanji's face. She said coldly, "People with cheap mouths will be torn apart. Miss Gu, you're so pretty. You don't want that pretty little face of yours to become a smiling man, do you?" The Smiling Man was a famous novel by the famous French author Victor Hugo. The male protagonist was a disfigured aristocrat who had been kidnapped at a young age. This kind of disfigurement was when the corners of his mouth were cut open with a knife, all the way to his ears. At first glance, he looked like a clown. Even when he cried, he looked like he was smiling. Although Gunyanji had never read the novel, she knew it wasn't something good the moment she heard the title. Also, the red wine that Tina splashed on her face irritated the swollen part of her face from Al's punch. It burned like pepper spray. Gunyanji thought that if it didn't work, she should just kill herself. It was enough for ALS to go crazy alone. If even Tina went crazy, she should think of the fastest way to die. Gu Nianji's gaze began to wander around the lobby. Finally, it landed on the pistol in Al's hand. If she could provoke ALS to shoot her, then she could die with dignity and comfort. Gu Nianji had already disregarded life and death. Or rather, when she decided to use the Devourer to forward the email instead of erasing all traces of her login, she was already prepared to die. After being with Hu Xiaoheng for so many years, she had been subtly influenced by them in many ways. For example, the habit of constantly being alert to the surroundings, and the open-mindedness and freedom of disregarding life and death. She only regretted that she wouldn't be able to see Hu Xiao one last time before she died. There was also Professor He, especially Professor He. When he went through so much trouble to find her only to see her corpse, wouldn't he be sad? Gu Nianji's wandering gaze made ALS and Tina very angry. Couldn't this girl be more focused? They were torturing a confession here. ALS didn't stop there. He took out the high-voltage electric baton he always carried and pressed it against Gu Nianji's arm. He asked darkly, "Last chance. Tell me, who did you contact to get them to break into our system? Was he trying to give himself an electric shock?" Gu Nianji instantly thought of the electric shock she had received in the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. She couldn't help but feel disdainful. Could this stun baton be more powerful than the electric fence in the blue hole? That was the high-tech gadget created by her genius father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji had a nonchalant look on her face, but Al's relentless questioning reminded Tina of something. She cried out in alarm, "I think I know who it is." "Who?" ALS and Gu Nianji shouted at the same time. ALS saw Gu Nianji's nervous expression and became happy. He quickly said to Tina, "Who did you think of?" ALS, how could you forget? She had sent a video request for help to someone in the Huaxia Empire. It must be that person who contacted her. Tina said excitedly. The surprise on Gu Nianji's face froze. Chi-Chi. Was she talking about Ma Chi-Chi? The more Tina spoke, the happier she became. She used Carl's work phone to send a video for help. It had long been monitored. I'll call Carl right now and ask him to send over his work phone. Carl was the name of the bartender. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She secretly wondered if it would affect Ma Chi-Chi, but then she thought about it. The instant messaging app had hundreds of millions of accounts, and Ma Chi-Chi didn't have her real name verified. What was there for her to be afraid of? Therefore, she was calm on the inside, but she pretended to be afraid on the outside. She hid under the carved iron railing and didn't dare to look at ALS and Tina. Tina called Carl excitedly and said, "Yes, it's your work phone. Send it over immediately. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, I'll go to your house." In less than 5 minutes, Carl arrived. Just as he was about to open the door to the bar, Tina pushed him out. In the blink of an eye, Hu Xiaoheng caught a glimpse of ALS, who had a twisted expression, and Gu Nianji. She was handcuffed to a carved iron railing in the lobby, and half her face was red and swollen. Carl was secretly shocked. He passed the phone to Tina and asked hesitantly, "What are you guys doing?" "Nothing." Tina pushed him away without hesitation. "It's none of your business. Go back." Then she turned around and went back in, slamming the door shut. Carl was a newcomer who hadn't been working for long, so he couldn't stand his colleagues' Nazi-like behavior. He silently turned around and got into his car. He took out his personal phone and called Reinitz. "Yes, she's in the bar. ALS and Tina are there." "There. They seem to be torturing Gu Nianji." "You mean ALS?" "I clearly told Tina to lock the door." Reinitz was very uneasy. No one knew better than Reinitz what kind of person ALS was. He stood at the window with a dark expression and smoked a cigarette. Finally, He threw the butt away and rushed out of his house. Still not talking. Then I won't hold back. In the lobby of the bar, ALS turned on the electric baton and pressed it against the fingers of Gunyenji's handcuffed right hand. In the beginning, the voltage wasn't very high. Gunyenji's fingers were only slightly numb, but the pain was like a drizzle to her. But soon, ALS kept increasing the voltage, and the pain in Gunyenji's fingers became more and more intense. As the saying went, the fingers were connected to the heart. The pain in the fingers was more unbearable than any other pain. Gunyenji bit her lower lip and tried her best to swallow the scream that was about to escape. She didn't want to give this tormentor any pleasure of achieving his goal. She wasn't brave, but she was stubborn to the point of being stubborn. Tina was holding Carl's phone and had already opened the instant messaging app. She used their surveillance program to find the account and password that Gunyenji had entered before and logged in. Machichi discovered Gunyenji's account as soon as it went online. It was 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday in the Huaxia Empire. Machichi had just woken up and turned on her phone to see that Gunyenji was online. She was overjoyed and quickly sent a message. Nyenji. How is it? I'm online. Tina waved the phone at Gunyenji. Gunyenji screamed anxiously, but Machichi didn't turn on the video chat, so she couldn't see or hear anything. Tina coughed and looked at ALS before nodding. Then she turned on the instant messaging app and pointed it in Gunyenji's direction. ALS understood and suddenly increased the voltage on the electric baton. Ah! The high voltage shock caused Gunyenji, who was already very nervous, to finally lose control and scream. Her face was red and swollen, and her expression was distorted. Her scream was like a sharp knife. Separated by the vast ocean and 5,000 miles of time and space, it seemed to jump out from the phone screen and instantly filled Machichi's ears. Machichi was caught off guard. She screamed loudly and threw the phone in her hand. She had grown up in a peaceful country and grew up in a safe environment. The greatest pain she had ever suffered in her life was when her boyfriend cheated on her. When had she ever seen a live scene of being electrocuted and tortured like this? Machichi covered her face and screamed uncontrollably in the dorm room. She was even more miserable than Gunyenji on the other end of the phone. ALS laughed maniacally. The two women's screams and cries of pain finally gave him a hint of sadistic pleasure. The hidden tyranny in his personality reached its peak at that moment. Just as he harbored ill intentions and was about to continue, the door to the bar was kicked open with a bang. Tina saw Reinert standing at the door with a dark expression and cursed under her breath. She quickly exited the instant messaging app and turned off her phone before stuffing it into her pocket. ALS looked up to see Reinert arrive, and his lost rationality slowly returned. Gunyenji had already been electrocuted to the point of death. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Reinert walked in step by step and opened his hands at ALS. His voice was as low as the wind from hell. The key. His gaze was so sharp that ALS looked away uncomfortably. However, he still placed the key to the handcuffs in Reinert's palm. Reinert unlocked Gunyenji's handcuffs and carried her horizontally to the bar's main entrance. ALS and Tina looked at each other. They knew what Reinert was doing was against the rules, but they were intimidated by his intimidating aura and didn't dare say a word. They watched helplessly as Reinert carried the unconscious Gunyenji out of the bar and carefully placed her in the car. He stroked her sweaty hair before starting the sports car and driving away. ALS chased after him and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Reinert was driving in the direction of the small mansion not far from the bar. Machichi covered her face and cried hysterically in the dorm room. She cried until her eyes were swollen like two small peaches. After venting, her fear and nervousness were finally relieved. However, her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up. Her phone had been thrown under the desk, and she was lying next to the bed. There was an entire dorm room between them, so she couldn't reach it with just her hands. However, she couldn't stand up and walk at the moment. In her panic, she crawled and rolled under the desk to grab her phone. She tried it a few times with trembling hands before finally opening In Shixiang's number and anxiously dialing it. In Shixiang had been running around to rescue Gu Nianji for the past few days. He accepted that he couldn't inform Hu Xiaoheng, but since he was now in charge of investigating the disappearance of Gu Nianji and the two field agents, he had the authority to use all technical means and human resources. In the end, before he could enter the central control room, it was time for the national election. The Special Operations Forces, which originally couldn't interfere with internal affairs, was entrusted with the important task of supervising the electronic voting and electronic vote counting by the two candidates. The superb central control room of the Special Operations Forces was commandeered just like that. The deputy chief led a dozen technical backbone and loyal subordinates to stay in the central control room for 3 whole days, but In Shixiang couldn't even touch the door. This was the first update. Seeing how anxious everyone was, it was still the third update. Although it wasn't 1,800 monthly votes, it was almost there. Let's increase the update in advance. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. The second update was 1,800 monthly votes plus 1 noon, and the third update was 7 p.m. Thanks to Sister Ting 1010 from Chidian for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 691. In Shixiang had tried many methods in the past 3 days. He was just short of barging in with a gun, but the deputy chief wouldn't let him in no matter what. He said he was worried about leaking information. But without the support and information from the Special Forces Central Control Room, how could he save anyone? He couldn't even confirm the coordinates of the satellite navigation system. In Shixiang panicked and made countless reports to Wu Guanchen and General Ji, but the two of them told him not to worry. They even said it didn't matter if they waited for another 2 days. After the results of the election were announced, the special forces would retreat and In Shixiang would be able to use the central control room. In Shixiang was so anxious that a few strands of his hair turned white, but there was nothing he could do. He even called He Zhichu, who wanted to ask if there was any news from them. When he heard that Hu Xiaoheng still didn't know about it, He Zhichu hung up without a word. He called again, but it didn't go through. In Shixiang guessed that He Zhichu must have blocked his number. To be honest, In Shixiang understood He Zhichu very well. He wanted nothing more than to block his own number. He was completely useless. Poor Nianji, he didn't know what she was going through, but he was still running around like a headless fly without a clue. The Special Operations Forces, which were invincible overseas and rarely suffered a defeat, were constrained domestically to the point where their hands and feet were tied. He deeply understood that without Hu Xiao, the Special Forces was not the Special Forces he was familiar with. In Shixiang, who had been waiting impatiently for the past 3 days, saw Ma Chichi's number jumping on his phone and answered without hesitation. He used his Bluetooth headset to start the call. Chi-Chi, is there any news? In Shixiang, who was in the middle of his morning exercise, stopped jogging and slowed down on the tree-lined path. He didn't want his anxious mood to scare Ma Chi-Chi. However, Ma Chi-Chi scared him the moment she spoke. She screamed, "News! I've been talking to you for so long. Why aren't you saving Nianji? It's been 3 days. It's been 3 days. Nianji has been electrocuted. It's so tragic. So scary. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Let me scream for a while more." What electric shock! In Shixiang's face turned pale. The 1.8-meter-tall man staggered to a stop and trembled on the tree-lined path. He held on to the tree trunk and asked in a trembling voice, "Speak clearly. Is there more news? I'll forward the video to you. See for yourself. Ma Chichi hurriedly saved the instant video and sent it to Yin Shixiang via text. Yin Shixiang received it very quickly and clicked play. The Bluetooth headset was instantly filled with Gu Nianji's screams, and each sound had an extraordinary amplification effect in the headset. The image on the phone wasn't very clear. The phone model seemed to be very old, so the resolution wasn't very high. It was also a little shaky, but it made Gu Nianji's swollen face look even more frightening. Yin Shixiang's body swayed, and he fell to the ground on his butt. A man like him found himself crying under the morning sun of October in the imperial capital. The members of the base looked at him in surprise. What's wrong with Lieutenant Colonel Yin? I'm so sad. Did something happen at home? A few people who knew him came over to comfort him. Lieutenant Colonel Yin, let us send you back. Yin Shixiang wiped his tears and pushed away the people surrounding him to stand up and run. He used all the strength in his body to run like the wind and returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence much faster than usual. He immediately changed into his uniform and got into the car with the keys. With a loud bang, he stepped on the accelerator and shot out like an arrow leaving a bow. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to report to General Ji and General Hua and request that Hu Xiao be notified immediately. He knew that Hu Xiao's private plane was about to arrive at the imperial capital's international airport. Yin Shixiang first drove to the military headquarters compound where General Ji lived. However, when he arrived at the door, he was told that General Ji had already left to attend the new Prime Minister Tan Dongbang's first televised speech at the Senate. He left without another word to find Hu Xiaoheng's father, Hu Guanchen. Other than General Ji, only General Hua could make the decision on this matter. Hu Guanchen happened to be at home and saw the sweaty Yin Shixiang. He couldn't help but frown and scold him. What are you doing? Where's your military discipline? Did you eat all that? Yin Shixiang was so anxious he couldn't breathe. He could only show his phone to Hu Guanchen and said, Sir. Chief. I hope you can agree to let me inform Hu Xiao immediately. Nianji is already in danger. As he spoke, he played the video Ma Chichi had just sent him. Hu Guanchen frowned as he finished watching the video. He looked up at Yin Shixiang and asked in a low voice, Where did this video come from? Someone sent it to me. You believed it just because someone sent it to you. What if it's a trap? Did you verify the authenticity of the video? Hu Guanchen's voice grew sterner. Look at you. You believed it right away, didn't you? How could you not know that this is the enemy's plot? Lieutenant Colonel Yin, you're Xiaoheng's personal secretary. You're not Gu Nianji's father. You're not going to amount to anything if you're so flustered over such a small matter. Yin Shixiang was scolded by Hu Guanchen and was about to defend himself when Hu Guanchen changed his tone. Okay, I understand now. I'll tell Xiaoheng when he comes back. But remember, you're not allowed to say anything today. Today is the new Prime Minister's big day. Xiaoheng will be attending the Senate's first televised speech as soon as he gets off the plane. If you dare say a word, you'll be punished according to military law. As he spoke, he called an orderly over and instructed, follow Lieutenant Colonel Yin and ensure his safety. Hu Guanchen knew very well what Hu Xiaoheng would do if he saw the video. So he couldn't let him see it at this critical juncture. Yes, Chief. The orderly saluted and followed Yin Shixiang closely. Yin Shixiang's eyes were bloodshot. He panted heavily as he looked at Hu Guanchen, but Hu Guanchen's cold gaze sent a chill down his spine. He closed his eyes and saluted Hu Guanchen. Yes, Chief. Obey orders. Obey orders. He then said, Chief, my phone. Hu Guanchen finally nodded but didn't return the phone. He only said, Xiaoheng's private plane is about to arrive. How are the security measures at the airport? You're his personal secretary. At this time, you should be in charge of the security at the airport. They sent him to Hu Xiaoheng's side and didn't allow him to say a word to Hu Xiaoheng. They didn't even return his phone. They were forcing him to take a stand. With another orderly following him, Yin Shixiang knew he couldn't act rashly. He had to spread the news, but he wouldn't put himself in danger. If he put himself in danger, there would be one less person who could save Nianji. The members of the Special Operations Forces weren't inflexible, but they were flexible and wouldn't break the relevant laws or challenge the established rules. Yin Shixiang left the courtyard of the military headquarters with a solemn expression. He let the orderly drive while he sat in the back seat and called Ma Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. I'm Brother Xiong. Yin Shixiang deliberately spoke slowly, but Ma Chi-Chi still thought it was strange. Brother Xiong, can we talk properly? Her voice was still choked with sobs from crying. At that moment, she was applying 2 wet tea bags to her red and swollen eyes. Ha, I'm talking properly. Yin Shixiang chuckled and said, Chi-Chi, I can't help you with what you just said. What? Ma Chi-Chi stood up immediately. Brother Xiong. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. It's not that I'm heartless. Yin Shixiang spoke to her through his Bluetooth headset and said calmly, it's just that there are priorities. Hu Xiao is about to return to the Empire. I'm going to the airport to pick him up now. Oh. It's Hu Xiao. Nianji's boyfriend. Ma Chi-Chi suddenly became nervous. He's back. That's great. Tell him. However, Yin Shixiang didn't seem to hear what she said and continued, I need to be in charge of airport security. Hu Xiao's plane will land in an hour. I'm at the entrance to the VIP area of Flight T3. Yes, sorry, I'm at that entrance. It's easy to see. He hung up. Ma Chi-Chi was baffled and secretly cursed Yin Shixiang for being unreliable. If she kept relying on him at a time like this, Nianji would probably turn to dust. She felt her heart palpitate and fidget when she thought about the situation in the video she had just seen. In a moment of frustration, she turned on the TV in the living room as a backdrop and wandered around the living room, thinking of who else she could ask for help. Just then, the melodious sound of a violin came from the TV. Ma Chi-Chi glanced at it and saw that the TV was broadcasting a documentary about the new Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang's family. She couldn't help but pout. She thought to herself that this TV station was really quick to suck up to the people. They had been slandering the Tan family before, but the election had just ended yesterday, and today the wind had already turned. However, she didn't want to watch the Tan family, so she impatiently took the remote control and changed the channel. She didn't expect the same documentary to be playing on the other channel. Ma Chi-Chi wasn't satisfied and changed the channel again, but it was still a documentary about the Tan family. She changed all the channels within a minute, and every channel was actually showing the documentary about the new Prime Minister's family. Recording. Film. This was like the Spring Festival Gala. Was this forced brainwashing? Ma Chi-Chi snorted and threw the remote control away. She hugged her little pillow as she sat on the sofa, still thinking about Yin Shixiang's strange words. She felt like she had missed out on some incredible news. On the TV, they were introducing the new Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang's only daughter, Tan Guiren. They praised her as a flower, saying that she was talented and beautiful, a musical prodigy, and that she had held a solo concert at the Carnegie Mellon Golden Music Hall in America at the age of 15. This made Ma Chi-Chi even more annoyed and she rolled her eyes countless times. Just as she was about to turn off the TV, the image suddenly changed to a short video of Tan Guiren boarding a plane in America. It was obviously recorded when she boarded the plane 10 hours ago. The narrator's voice was very gentle. Major General Hu Xiaoheng, Deputy Secretary General of the Military Supreme Council, personally took a private plane to America to welcome Miss Tan Guiren back. The plane is about to land at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. Let's connect with our colleagues at Terminal T3 to see what's going on there. This was the second monthly pass of 1800 plus an advance pass. Today was the third watch. Thank you, dear friends, for your monthly passes yesterday. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Third watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 692. As the camera switched, the large screen showed the tall and magnificent view of Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. Ma Chi-Chi stood up immediately. She had caught a glimpse of the handsome back of a tall man in a military uniform in the short video. He looked very familiar. It had to be Gu Nianji's boyfriend, Hua Xiao. Ma Chi-Chi finally knew that Hua Xiao was actually the Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council. Ma Chi-Chi, who had never paid attention to political news, cried. Oh my, how high was that position? Nianji was finally saved. Although Ma Chi-Chi had seen Hua Xiaohing before, she never knew what he did. She only knew he was in the military and had a high rank, but Gu Nianji had never said what he did. Ma Chi-Chi had never asked Gu Nianji either. She wasn't a fan of gossip, so she never asked if he didn't say. It was from Yin Shixiang's words, combined with the introduction on TV, that she realized Gu Nianji's boyfriend was actually so powerful. No, I have to hurry to the airport to stop him. Otherwise, it'll be harder to see him when he comes back. Ma Chi-Chi thought about it as she combed her hair haphazardly. Picking up her phone and small backpack, she quickly rushed down the dorm building and out of the school gate to hail a taxi. She sped to Imperial Capital International Airport. She was lucky today. The taxi went smoothly and there was almost no traffic. It only took 45 minutes to arrive at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. It usually took an hour and a half before. She stood at the entrance of the terminal and looked up at the blue sky. A large military plane that looked like a white swan was slowly descending from the white clouds. Of course, the airport was filled with plainclothes police, Secret Service agents, and fully armed soldiers. Ma Chi-Chi wandered around the airport for a while and found that many places were tightly blocked. She couldn't get in at all. How could this be? Holding her phone, she stood at the entrance of Terminal T3 in a daze as she watched the people coming and going. Everyone was beaming with joy, but Ma Chi-Chi's heart was as cold as the dead of winter, bone-chilling. How could these people laugh so happily? Did they know that an innocent little girl was being tortured in a foreign country? How could they laugh? How could he laugh? Ma Chi-Chi glared at these people with all her might. Suddenly, a black Rolls-Royce limousine stopped in front of the terminal not far from her. The attendant wearing white gloves got out of the car first and opened the door attentively. A graceful and elegant lady got out of the car and looked at the tall terminal in front of her smugly. Then a group of people got out of the cars behind her and surrounded her as they walked into the terminal. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Wasn't this Tan Dongbang's wife, Kai Song-yin, whom she had just seen on TV? The new Prime Minister's wife. What was she doing here? Ma Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and immediately remembered that Hua Xiao was using his private jet to bring the new Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren, back to the Hui Empire. No wonder Tan Guiren's mother had come as well. So what if you have parents? Pooh! Ma Chi-Chi pursed her lips, feeling sad and nervous. Her eyes followed the backs of the group of people and saw them enter the VIP passage of Terminal 3. Ha! Why did this place sound so familiar? Ma Chi-Chi looked around and finally remembered that this was the place Yin Shixiang had told her about over the phone. He said he was going to be in charge of airport security here. As if she had been enlightened, Ma Chi-Chi suddenly understood. She finally understood what Yin Shixiang meant with his strange words. Ma Chichi ran after them. Seeing that the group of people had entered the VIP passage, she quickly walked over as well. Miss, this is the special VIP passage of the terminal. May I ask if you have a special pass? A soldier carrying a gun walked over to stop her. The people in charge of security in the VIP passage of Terminal 3 were not airport security personnel. They were all armed soldiers. It was obvious that the security measures here were several levels higher than other places. Ma Chichi looked at the soldier in shock and stammered, I saw the people in front go in. I thought, may I ask if you came with Mrs. Tan and the others? The soldier asked politely. His attitude toward her was considered amiable. Ma Chichi wanted to say yes, but she was too embarrassed to lie. As she was struggling, she saw Yin Shixiang walk over from the corner of her eye. Just as she was about to call out to him, Yin Shixiang acted like he didn't know her and said to the soldier, "Go over there and watch. It seems like there are a few people passing by." "Yes, sir." The soldier quickly carried his gun and left. Only Yin Shixiang and Ma Chichi were left in front of the VIP passage. There were a few other soldiers, but they were different from the soldier just now. They carried guns and wore helmets. They didn't move at all and were like wax figures. It was like they were part of the background. They didn't have the freedom to move and only listened to Yin Shixiang's orders. They were all Yin Shixiang's direct subordinates and absolutely obeyed him. Yin Shixiang didn't look at Ma Chichi. He walked to a ventilated area and lit a cigarette. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, he said calmly, "Hurry up and go." Ma Chichi froze for a moment, then understood. She lowered her head and ran in quickly, following Tan Gairen's mother, Kai Song-yin, and the others. The security personnel in the VIP passage were agents from the Secret Service. They didn't recognize Ma Chichi, but seeing that she had come from the VIP passage with the strictest security and was going in the direction of the First Lady's group, they thought she was with the First Lady. Plus, Ma Chichi was well-dressed and seemed to be of the same social class as the new Prime Minister's family, so they didn't stop her for questioning. Ma Chichi's luck was off the charts today. She followed the First Lady's group all the way to the swan-like military plane that had just landed. The cabin door hadn't opened yet, and the ladder had just descended. A large red carpet was spread from the cabin door to the ground. The wife of the new Prime Minister, Kai Song-yin, stood on the red carpet and looked at the cabin door excitedly. Ma Chichi also held her breath and quietly stood behind the group of people. She was tall, so she could see through the crowd and clearly see what was going on the ladder. At that moment, the snow-white cabin door opened, and a beautiful woman in a pink dress stood at the cabin door. She smiled and waved at the people below. This must be the new Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren. Ma Chichi couldn't help but pout again. She thought to herself, "You're just the Prime Minister's daughter, not the Prime Minister himself. Why are you acting like a leader? Have you asked the entire nation?" She rolled her eyes more today than she had in the past 20 years. Her eyelids were about to cramp. Before she could finish rolling her eyes, she saw a tall and handsome man in a military uniform appear not far behind Tan Guiren. The man wore a huge pair of sunglasses that covered half his face. Tan Guiren turned slightly and said something to the man behind her. Then the man nodded slightly. A shy smile appeared on Tan Gairen's face. She lowered her head and held onto the railing of the ladder as she carefully walked down. Kai Song-yin stood on the red carpet not far from the bottom of the ladder. She looked at her daughter with a smile, as well as the young Major General behind her who had a bright future ahead of him. She felt extraordinarily satisfied. Her husband was noble and her daughter was intelligent. All she needed was a capable son-in-law. Then she could be considered a winner in life. Tan Guiren, who was holding on to the railing as she walked down the ladder, was actually very nervous. She wasn't as calm as she looked. She had been well protected since she was young and had truly grown up in an ivory tower. However, she knew that it was being broadcasted live on television, so she tried her best to put on the most correct posture and the most noble etiquette to walk down the ladder like a princess. The red carpet extended all the way like it was the future of her beautiful life. It was so red that she couldn't see the end of it. However, the red carpet was like blood in Machichi's eyes. Her eyes were red. At that moment, Tan Guiren, who was walking down the ladder, suddenly swayed. It was as if she had stepped on air and sprained her ankle. Hu Xiaoheng casually caught her arm and only gave it a light support before letting her go. Ma Qiqi was speechless. Kai Songyin's smile became even more benevolent. Tan Guiren's face immediately turned red. It complemented her pink dress suit and added even more color to it. At that moment, all the shut-ins watching the live broadcast were stunned. They couldn't help but post online that Tan Guiren, the only daughter of the new prime minister, was the newest shut-in goddess. Finally, Tan Guiren and Hu Xiaoheng both walked down the ladder. A 7 or 8-year-old girl in a snow-white princess dress walked up to Tan Guiren with a bouquet of flowers. Tan Guiren happily accepted it and patted the girl's head. She loved children the most. She casually stuffed the bouquet into Hu Xiaoheng's hand and bent down to kiss the girl's cheek. Ma Qiqi hadn't expected this. Her hands clenched into fists, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. She had never experienced something like this. Her emotions went from waiting excitedly to being stunned and at a loss. Now, she couldn't take it anymore. Her brain heated up. She took a few steps forward and bypassed the crowd to stand alone at the edge of the red carpet. Pointing in Hu Xiaoheng's direction, she shouted as loudly as she could, "Hu Xiao! Your girlfriend was kidnapped and tortured with electrocution. How can you still be in the mood to protect her? Nianji must be blind. You scumbag. You'll get what you deserve." It was the third update. Today was the third update, and the monthly votes had been increased by 1,800. Thank you, dear readers, for your monthly votes yesterday. The scumbag author was scared to death by everyone, but she still had to bravely remind everyone of her recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 693. Ma Qiqi was stunned after cursing in one breath. She was clearly there to ask for help from Nianji. How did it become hatred? She wanted to die so badly. What if Hu Xiao got angry and didn't save Nianji? Ma Qiqi opened her mouth again, but when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's cold and stern gaze, her earlier anger instantly dissipated. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Most of the people present were dumbstruck and couldn't react for a moment. The room had been full of laughter a moment ago, but now it was completely silent. It was as if Ma Qiqi's clear voice was still echoing in everyone's ears. The director of the TV station was the first to react and immediately cut off the live broadcast. Actually, their live broadcast wasn't a real live broadcast. It was delayed by 5 minutes to facilitate immediate censorship and to deal with unexpected situations like this. Therefore, the clip of Ma Qiqi scolding Hu Xiao wasn't broadcast at all. Other than the people present, no other TV viewers saw this scene. Gu Nianji, who was taken away by Reinitz, found herself back in the small villa she used to live in. She sneered internally, but her body was exhausted. Reinitz placed her on the chaise longue she used to curl up in. Reinitz brought her milk, cake, and her favorite white sausage and bread. He placed them on the small coffee table in front of her, but she didn't want to eat them at all. She turned to look out the window, her stubborn expression giving Reinitz a headache. He didn't know how to comfort her, and it was awkward for the two of them to not talk in the room. He brought his laptop over and searched for Huaxia Empire videos for her to watch. He randomly clicked on the most popular video on Huaxia Empire's social media. Gu Nianji saw, Hu Xiaoheng in the title of the video and was immediately captivated. She couldn't help watching it. Seeing that she was interested in something, Reinitz finally sighed in relief. He walked to the window and leaned against the windowsill to study Gu Nianji with narrowed eyes. Gu Nianji quietly watched the video and slowly straightened. Her expression went from excitement to paleness and emptiness. It was as if she had instantly gone from the height of summer to the depths of winter. The high-definition screen on the laptop showed the scene of Hu Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren walking down the plane stairs together. She watched him get off the plane, watched him listen to what others were saying, watched him smile, watched him help the Prime Minister's daughter, who almost sprained her ankle, and watched cute children send flowers to welcome the couple. As for him, he casually accepted the bouquet from the Prime Minister's daughter. It was so natural and casual, as though he had done it thousands of times before. In Gu Nianji's eyes, there was a strange tacit understanding between them. Gu Nianji smiled as she read. She didn't realize she was crying until there was a small pool of water on the keyboard. She wiped her tears and continued to smile at the computer. Her big black pupils were like the dark night that had been washed by the rain. They were crystal clear, but there was no end to them. Reinitz had been watching her from the window. He watched her smile and cry. It was like watching a flower that hadn't bloomed to its fullest, but had already bloomed to its fullest. Gu Nianji's hopeless smile hurt him. He was about to speak when he suddenly heard the rumbling of a car outside the window, followed by the sound of orderly footsteps coming from all directions. Then, he heard a cold and indifferent voice coming from outside the window. It was standard Hanoverian German. Reinitz, you have 8 people here. We've already locked on to their positions. Don't worry, we all have armor-piercing bullets. We can guarantee a headshot through the wall. If you know what's good for you, put down your weapons, line up at the door, and crouch down with your hands on your head. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. I'll warn you again. Do not touch Nianji. If any of you take a step in her direction, I promise you'll immediately be covered in blood. You can try if you don't believe me. He Jichu's voice came from outside the window. Gu Nianji didn't know what device he was using to transmit the message, but his voice was so clear it sounded like it was right beside her ear. But Gu Nianji didn't move. She was like a clay statue. She didn't hear him at all. Reinitz sighed and looked down to see a small red dot where his heart was. He knew it was the laser guidance system's location. He Jichu was even using such a weapon. They really couldn't fight him head-on. He shook his head and said into his Bluetooth headset, "Retreat." Then his people walked out of the small villa. They threw their weapons out the window and walked out the door with their hands on their heads. They saw He Jichu and dozens of masked men with heavy weapons standing in the open space outside the door. There were several cars behind him. They were obviously bulletproof and as sturdy as armored vehicles. They were going to war. Reinitz didn't start a fight with him. Instead, he looked at him silently and reached out to point at him. Then he turned around and squatted down with his men with their hands on their heads. A masked man walked up and pointed a gun at Reinitz and his men. He stared at them and didn't let them move. He Jichu was the first to rush into Reinitz's small villa. As soon as he entered, he saw a skinny girl sitting dazedly on a chaise lounge in a small, warmly decorated living room. There was a laptop in front of her, and her eyes were fixed on the laptop, as if she wanted to see through the screen. He Jichu's heart ached. He quickly walked over and hugged Gu Nianji. "Nianji, I'll take you home." Gu Nianji's eyes were blank. She slowly looked up and saw the person standing in front of her. He Jichu. Her dark eyes shifted, and large tears finally flowed out. Gu Nianji buried her head in his arms. Gu Nianji buried her head in his chest. At first, she only cried quietly, but her whole body gradually trembled, then sobbed, and finally wailed. Her cries were so painful that even the expressionless mercenaries, who were used to licking blood and killing as a profession, couldn't bear it and looked away one by one. He Ji-chu hugged her tightly and kept stroking her back to comfort her. She cried until she almost fainted. Professor He, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. It's even worse than when they hit me and electrocuted me. I'm being tortured here, and he's beside another woman. He even helps her sprain her ankle. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. I know it's not his fault. I know he definitely doesn't know what happened to me. But I still feel bad. I still blame him. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm not that great. I'm selfish. I'm petty. I'm not presentable. I don't care about the big picture. I don't have a father or a mother. I'm not a Ms. Perfect. I'm just a little beggar who was picked up. I shouldn't have wishful thinking. I don't deserve to be with him. I reap what I sow. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. She said, I deserve it, 3 times in a row. Her whole body was convulsing from crying, and she was on the verge of breaking down. He Ji-chu felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Nyenji, you're not. You're not. It's my fault. Come home with me. I'll take you home, Gu Nyenji cried until she fainted. He Ji-chu carried her out of Reinitz's villa and quickly got into the car. Reinitz and his men were temporarily tied up there, so He Ji-chu didn't have much time to retreat. He Ji-chu used all his connections and bribed them with astronomical prices to find Reinitz's stronghold and successfully rescue Gu Nyenji. They rushed and finally boarded their private plane before Reinitz and his men were rescued. They flew out of German airspace. On the tarmac in front of Terminal T3 in the Hua-Xia Empire's imperial capital, a sudden accident happened. The bodyguards of the new First Lady, Kai Song-yin, turned pale with fright as soon as Ma Chi-chi screamed. A few burly men immediately rushed over and hugged Ma Chi-chi from behind to cover her mouth. 2 other people held her on both sides, and one of them slapped her face several times. Ma Chi-chi had never been hit like this in her entire life, and the person's hand was heavy. She was stunned immediately, and her cute round face immediately swelled up as tears fell uncontrollably. She didn't want to cry in front of so many people, but it really hurt. In that instant, she could only think of when Gu Nyenji was electrocuted. It must have been 1,000 times more painful than what she was feeling right now. Ma Chi-chi began to cry even more sadly. However, the bodyguards didn't care whether she lived or died. They frantically covered her mouth and only wanted to drag her away immediately. Tan Guiren was furious when she saw this. She had never been used to seeing others bully the weak, let alone slapping an innocent girl in front of her. Let her go. Let her go. Tan Guiren quickly walked over and pointed at the bodyguards. She said sternly, let her go right now. In broad daylight, is there still any law? The bodyguards froze and couldn't help but look at Tan Guiren's mother, Kai Song-yin. Kai Song-yin gave them a look, and they finally let go. Tan Guiren quickly hugged Ma Chi-chi and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She said, don't be afraid. No one will dare to hit you again. Ma Chi-chi pushed her away and said angrily, who wants you to pretend to be nice? Go away. Don't touch me. Tan Guiren took a few steps back in shock and looked at her mother, Kai Song-yin, at a loss. Then she looked at Hua Xiaoheng behind her. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. However, his deep eyes carried a heavy sense of pressure. Even Tan Guiren didn't dare to look at him for too long. One look was enough to scare her and she quickly looked away. Kai Songyin didn't say anything and only pulled on Tan Gairen's hand to indicate that she shouldn't be nosy. Kai Songyin's bodyguard surrounded Ma Chichi again and grabbed her arms from both sides. Another person gagged her mouth. At that moment, Yin Shixiang caught up from behind. His hand was like a knife as he quickly snatched Ma Chichi from the hands of the bodyguards. Then, he coldly warned the First Lady, Kai Songyin, who was smiling as she watched from the side. Mrs. Tan, your husband hasn't officially taken office yet, but your bodyguards have already severely injured our citizen. I think many people will be very interested in this piece of news. Kai Songyin smiled and said casually, if they're interested, then they'll be interested. They rely on this to make a living, so we can't ruin their livelihood, right? She wasn't at all worried about how the media would write about their family. At that moment, the Secret Service security guards who were maintaining order at the airport also rushed over. They pointed at Ma Chichi and said to Yin Shixiang, this person trespassed on the restricted area of the airport and may have broken the law. Please hand her over to us. Of course, Yin Shixiang didn't want to, but he could handle Kai Songyin's bodyguards alone, but he couldn't handle the elite Secret Service agents who were also soldiers. Soon, Ma Chichi was taken over by the Secret Service. One person grabbed Ma Chichi's arm and clamped it behind her back. Another female agent took out handcuffs and was about to put them on Ma Chichi. Hua Xiaoheng had been silent on the side, but his brows gradually furrowed. It wasn't until he saw Yin Shixiang appear that his brows couldn't help twitching. His heart sank. Ma Chichi's words couldn't have been baseless. Something had really happened to Nianji. He didn't believe it at first. How could he not know something had happened to Nianji with the strict security measures he had put in place? At first, he thought Ma Chichi was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, she was only a student who had always been in school. Perhaps she would cry for 3 days if her boyfriend cheated on her. But now, even Yin Shixiang was helping her. It seemed like this was no small matter. Hua Xiaoheng threw away the flowers in his hand and strode over to Ma Chichi. He stood in front of her with his hands behind his back and said dryly to the Secret Service agent, "Let her go." The Secret Service agent in charge of security refused. Moreover, they were now part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and not under the jurisdiction of the military. Therefore, he could only say, "Chief, please don't make it difficult for us." Hua Xiaoheng didn't wait for him to finish. He pulled out his gun without hesitation and pressed it against the man's chest. "Are you going to let her go or not?" "Gun. He's going to shoot." The people present immediately screamed hysterically and began to push and shove as they ran in all directions. Fortunately, the director of the TV station had already cut off the live broadcast. At that moment, even the cameras were about to be smashed. They hurriedly led their reporters and cameramen to hide inside the terminal. However, the entrance to the terminal was blocked by a group of armed soldiers. It was the people Yin Shixiang had brought. All of them had their guns loaded and pointed outwards at the people who wanted to enter. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed slightly. His finger lightly tapped the trigger, and the gun made a light click. The Secret Service agent who had clamped Ma Chichi's hands behind her back immediately let go. Yin Shixiang quickly half-supported and half-hugged Ma Chichi. Zhao Liangze had just gotten off the plane. Seeing the chaos, he quickly ran over and asked, "What happened?" Yin Shixiang said anxiously, "I'll tell you in the car. I brought everything." Hua Xiaoheng strode towards the terminal door. Yin Shixiang held Ma Chichi's hand. "You come with us." Ma Chichi's face was streaked with tears. She choked out, "Are you still going to save Nianji?" "Of course," Yin Shixiang said without hesitation. He took her hand and walked quickly behind Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze finally understood that something had happened to Gu Nianji. He immediately said to Yin Shixiang, "Big Xiong, did you bring your phone?" I didn't bring my work phone, so I can't connect to the system. He wanted to immediately connect to the Special Operations Force's central control system so that he could activate the satellite tracking system to locate Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang's face darkened. He shook his head and said, "The system in the car can be used." "You can use that." Zhao Liangzi knew something was wrong. Something big must have happened. His expression also became serious. This was the first chapter of the 4,000-word chapter. Seeing how anxious everyone was, he didn't separate it into 2 installments. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. There won't be any more chapters today. But do we still need to update at 7 p.m.? Thank you to PPLRPPL from Chidian for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Out of so many people who had sent razor blades, only this girl had generously tipped them. The scumbag author was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.